Good evening, everybody. I hope you're all doing well today. It's currently 2300 server time, and it's time for the elimination brackets of our Oktoberfest event. Plenty of things to be done today. Also, we do have some amazing loot for you guys to win live on the stream. I hope you all will have an amazing time. We'll go over the prizes very quickly. We should have a little graphic showing up very shortly of what you guys can win. But just to go over it, for our first place competitors, they will be receiving faction style hoodies from the Blizzard store. Second place will receive a goodie bag. And our live stream audience, you guys can either win 100 Ember coins for your account, the invincible reigns as shown on the graphic, or some faction based hats, all being provided to you guys by us directly. Now, we did have some feedback about the brackets, so let's talk about the brackets. This is currently how our bracket is set up, but we're gonna do one just a little bit better. Please, our audience, give me a number between 1 and 7. And Vincent, you choose who wins. What do we need to do in order to be eligible for the drops? Mandio, there will be a link being posted out by Vincent, by myself, and by Raid Goes to Winning is available that you guys will fill in some quick details. And you will be able to win all these beautiful prizes. So a number between 1 and 7, and Vincent, when you are ready, please pick the number that wins. Hail to the vape god. Anyone else just love this track, or is it just me? Can I buy a max level boost on this server? No, you cannot. Omar wins 6. Okay, we're gonna shuffle this 6 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Our brackets are now getting locked in, and our tournament will now begin with, and please take a look, guys. Let's actually bring you guys a little bit closer. Here are your brackets. We're doing double eliminations for this event, with our first matchup being Myel and Cataclysm versus Zony L and MK Pwn. And what we will do is we'll take a lovely little photo of that, and we can get this passed out for anyone who requires it. So with that being said, guys, we're now going to call up our first contestants. Myel, Cataclysm, Zony L, MK Pwn. So Zony L and MK Pwn put on a really impressive match the last time as well. They were incredible with putting a lot of pressure. Turns out that Zony is also a Celtic brother, so respect to you, dude. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing the names right. How to participate for coins? We'll do the raffle link right now for you guys. Vincent, I have sent you the link as well. Can you please help with sending that out? But I will send it here. For the raffle, guys, please fill out this form with the details, and we should be good to go. Currently, we are waiting for our contestants to be spectated. And our contestants are now in front of us at this point in time. We are just going to get them all set up, ready to go. There's another Omar. But yeah, we will be picking out our loot just a little bit later on. Okay, they have all joined into the arena right now. Let's get us kicked off with our first match of the day. And it would be helpful if I hit that as well. Zony L, MK Pwn versus Savitason, Myel. Best of luck to you guys. And with that being said, let us proceed. You know what, let's bring the music volume up a little bit in here, shall we? There we go. That's blaringly loud enough for me. We are currently waiting for the gates to open at this point in time. And the gates have now opened. Savitason with Myel running out right now. Originally starting on MK Pwn, putting up some damage already. Savitason is going to be trying to just spread out his dots, do what the Unholy Death Knight is going to do. Get up a lot of pressure. He's just building his pet up right now, hopefully trying to get that big, I can't even remember what it's called now. Goodness me, the Blight thing. I'm just going to call it Blight thing from now on. Then opening hard onto MK Pwn. Myel also jumping in as well, doing some extra damage there. Switch to a two-hander so that he could do some extra damage as a holy. I've never actually seen Myel do this, but MK Pwn's taking a lot of damage. Howl of Terror was used. Zony had to bubble to try and alleviate some pressure. And with Dark Soul also popped on MK Pwn. Big crit heal of the Wog as well. Going through. This is going to be a pretty balls to the wall match for this one. With MK Pwn doing his best to kite back, see if he can alleviate any kind of pressure right now. Please tell me you guys are also seeing this. I really hope so. So I hope you guys are watching this with me. We do have a bit of a delay in stream just so that we can make sure there is no cheating going on. Myel is doing his best to keep himself alive. Still got that two-hander out right now just to try and put out some extra pressure. Sure, but remember, Myel is also... He's getting himself killed here. And I think at this point in time, I just realized as well, Myel was red. I thought that Myel was holy for some reason. Really sorry about that. The stuns are going out. Bubble has been popped by Myel. Zony L is doing an amazing job keeping up the pressure between double DPS. Necrotic strikes are going out onto MK Pwn to try and take some of that healing away. Howl of Terror pops. Trinket has been popped by Myel. Savitason is just kind of sitting out there in the background, seeing what he can do. He's sitting in the fear. He's now running over. He's slowing down MK Pwn, trying to keep them off of Myel. But Myel's dropping really low at this point. The only person who can heal himself is Myel. So the Death Knight can only do so much. Anti-Magic Zone also popped out as well to try and alleviate some pressure. Sure, with more damage coming out, I don't know if Myel is going to be able to survive this right now. Now, Zony is just sitting in the background, getting some holy power up, doing some Crusader strikes onto Myel. But at this stage here, the stun goes off as well onto Myel. It looks like the kill target is... Both of them are equally low. Anti-Magic Shield also been popped by Savitason right now. Now, another fear up to Myel. Lots of split pressure going on here. Both DPS are dropping low. Well, Myel's dropping really low. Wings has been popped. He didn't get the crit off, though. Could this be the death of Myel at this point here? MK Pwn has popped his cooldowns again to try and do some more damage in. He's hitting the pet right now, fears the pet away, and is going to start spamming his flash of light to try and top himself back up. MK Pwn dropping really low. There goes the hand of protection out from Zony L to alleviate the pressure from the Death Knight. Death Knight has popped all of his cooldowns as well. The only thing I don't see is Gargoyle. I might have missed it a little bit earlier. Myel dropping low again. There's another Howl of Terror going out. Unstable Affliction has been popped onto Myel. And right now, MKBone is just looking to spread all of his pressure across. The necrotic strikes are stacking, which is going to make healing a little bit of a pain. But Zony's popped his Guardian of the Ancient Kings. There goes the teleport to try and keep up the pressure. The Shadow Flame is also popped out as well. While MK is doing his best to stay on the top and get as much pressure as possible. There goes the Death Coil, and Myel drops. First round going to MKBone and Zony L. Well done, guys. Absolutely incredible play. Incredible. And with that there, we take a the match now goes 1-0 in favour of Zony L and MKBone. That was an incredible match. We have some complaints about some lag right now, so we're just going to offer the players a chance to relog. And Zony's just doing a really quick relog right now. Gotta call it Blighty Thing. Yes, that is it. We are going to be calling it Blighty Thingy from now on. It was an incredible match here. Again, I'm really sorry if my commentary isn't up to snuff, guys. I am trying my best here. But right now, Semifinals and Myel will be the ones that will choose the next map. And Zony is back. Loser pick match. We're just waiting for Myel and Semifinals to pick their map. Remember, guys, if you want to win some epic loots during the live stream, we do have a link for you guys to fill out. A little raffle link where you can win some epic goodies. You can either win some hats, you can win 100 Ember Coin for your account, and I believe that Rigo's also made available the Invincible Reigns as well. And our players are now back into the match. We'll also post the link onto Discord as well. Vincent, if you don't mind, can you please make this link available on Discord, if possible? That would be much appreciated. I really need to get better with that music transition. I'm very sorry. Right now in the Dalaran Arena, one match up for MKBone and Zony L. Best of luck to our competitors as we begin round 2. Match 2 has begun with MKBone putting up his portal down at the bottom. The Resistance Aura has been popped up by Myel to reduce the shadow damage that's going to be taken here. Zony is playing it very careful on the low ground. MKBone just waiting for his pet. His pet decided, you know what, I'm going to take a little vacation here. Judgment has been popped already onto the pet right now, just to build up that little bit of damage. Remember, guys, we're still in the Firelands patch. The Paladins do not have access to the extra Judgment Holy Power gain. So they're both going hard onto Zony right now. Zony is doing his best to kite away. He's popped the Hand of Freedom. The Silence has been popped at this point. A little bit of lag from Zony here. Looks like he might have some issues with his network. but good recovery. MK Paul now dropping really low on his side. Howl of Terror has been popped, a really big heal from Zony, as also to follow up with that as well. Myel is doing his best to keep away, keep some damage going. He's going to be using those, the holy power he generates to heal himself. Exorcism has popped, anti-magic shell has been popped as well. Zony is dropping really low. There goes the Hellstone, the Guardian of Ancient Kings as well. He's trying his best to keep himself alive at this stage. Both the DPS players on the other team, there's the bubble as well from Myel, and Savitason is just wailing right now. Or he was wailing, he's now kited back. Both of the DPS teams are looking to reset. Death Pact has been popped to keep the Death Knight's health at a good pace, and some Death Calls have been popped onto the pet as well to see what he can do to try and build up for some next big pressure. So Savitason has grabbed back Zony. It looks like their main target is they are just going to wail down on the healer here. Myel has been feared to alleviate some of that pressure. The blighty thing, as I called it, has came out as well to do big damage. I believe it was called Abomination. But I could be wrong. Myel dropping really low again, 30% health. The Sacred Shield did pop with a big crit heal from the Word of Glory as well. Well, he's dispelling as much as he can to try and keep himself alive here. But MK Palm channeling that Drain Soul to try and execute. He's popping in some more dot pressure, but at this stage, the only thing that Myel and Savitason can really do is just pray. Mysel's mana is far too low to continue. It looks like that'll be game for this one here. 3% into 0. MK Pone and Zony L taking the second win and moving on to the next bracket. Congratulations, guys, you've played really well. Although this will not be the last we see of Savitason and Myel. They will be moved to our losers bracket for the next couple of matches. Well done, guys. Okay, we're going to be calling up our next competitors now, which will be Wasted Talent, Indie Fox, Welleris, Tamix. Goodness me, that was an insane match. So right now we are we are waiting on Wasted Talent, Indie Fox, Welleris, and Tamix. And this will be a Sub-Rogue Restoration Shaman versus Ret Paladin. And I cannot remember what spec that Tamix is. I think Tamix is Unholy. Show brackets again? Yes, certainly. We can show the brackets right now for you guys. I will bring it up on screen. Oh, I forgot to do that. Here are the current brackets as it stands right now, with Zony L moving on to the next fight with MK Pone, and Myel dropping to our losers bracket. And it looks like our players have already went in. So at this point here, just need to get our players and get going onto the Nagrand Arena. Here we go. Sub-Rogue Restoration Druid versus a Unholy Death Knight and Ret Paladin. I think what we will do is to stop that jarring, we'll put the sound on in the background. rather than you guys wait and see. Do you know what? While we're doing that, enjoy the beautiful graphic made by Raid. I had to cut it off really quickly. I'm so sorry about that. Walrus Tamix versus Wasted Talent and Indie Fox. Originally an opening going up from the Wasted Talent here. Showdowns was popped in some beautiful use of the extra hits of the beautiful hits of the cheap shot going off there. Tamix is now Tamix on his Frost DK, putting up some insane AoE pressure. Indie Fox having to pop the Spirit Link Totem already. Looking like at this point here, Wasted Talent is really low. Tamix has popped out as much as he can, with Walrus popping up a beautiful hand of protection to save his Death Knight friend. And right now, preparation has been popped. Hemorrhage spanning is going, but Death Knights just have such a high parry chance at this point. It looks like Walrus is just wailing on Indie Fox, and at this stage, it is the case of who is going to put out more pressure. The smoke bomb was popped, and Indie Fox is able to run back to get some extra healing out. Lichborn has been popped as well from Tamix, and he's running away to try and heal himself up. Two-handed Frost Spec from Tamix here, and he's doing his best to try and keep himself alive. He's relying on his Rep Paladin as well to give him some extra heals. Necrotics and Frost Strikes are also called Pellet of Frost again, and here comes some big damage as well. With the beautiful grip to bring Wasted Talent back out of line of sight, and at this point the stun was popped as well onto Wasted Talent. Looks like we have some big hits here. Death Strikes are going out. Wasted Talent is putting out as much pressure as he can, but at this stage it might look like Tamix is not going to survive this. Wasted Talent dropping really low as well, and there goes the cheap death. The cheap death popped as well. But obviously remember, Resto Shamans are going to be healing more as the health pools drop. But that's those talents coming off very well for Tamix, being able to root Wasted Talent. The question is, does Wasted Talent go for a reset at this point? He is sitting with some diseases on him. He tries to get the re-stealth, but it just runs out. Good Gouge being popped up to Tamix as well. They're just leaving Walrus at this point to do whatever he wants. Hand of Sacrifice has been popped as well to try and alleviate some pressure. But Tamix is now they're both wailing back onto the Resto Shaman right now, Indie Fox. And the only way that Wasted Talent's able to do some extra damage is just by sitting there and doing some throws, having to throw out beautiful hits as well onto Indie Fox. Indie Fox dropping really low again. Walrus has popped his wings. This might be GG for Indie Fox here, and Wasted Talent was not able to peel in time for his competitor, for his teammate. Sorry, at this point, the Death Pact has been popped again. And Wasted Talent was trying to see if he could pull this back, but calls it a GG. Beautifully played out by Wasted Talent and Walrus. It's doing really well on this one. Looks like we have some friends of Tamix showing up as well for this stage. But again, guys, if you do want to participate in our live stream loots, where we do have some amazing goodies in-game and out-of-game 2v1, please fill out the form link. If you cannot view the link here, please contact Vincent on Discord, and he will be able to provide the link for you. Big shout out to our competitors right now. And we've now got the go-ahead from our PvP manager to go ahead and start the next war game. And it looks like the next match is going to be on Dalaran Arena. And our competitors have now entered the arena. And at this stage, there's only so much that these guys can really do. We just need to, fingers crossed with what's going on here. And right now, I honestly did not believe that Wasted Talent and Indie Fox would have lost this. I honestly thought they would have won, but Tamix and Walrus just outperformed. with that being said, guys, our second match is just about to go off as well. Maybe I could have timed that a little bit better. I am very sorry. And right now, we are currently waiting on the gates to open. The gates should be opening any second now, and here we go. Wasted Talent Indie Fox versus Welrix and Tamix. Sap has been popped off onto Welrix right now. The beautiful grip to bring Indie Fox down to the bottom of the match, and this allows Wasted Talent to jump back down to help out. Stoneclaw has been popped, and at this stage, it's just Indie Fox needing to survive. Gift of the Naru has also been popped as well. Spirit Walker's Grace, Nature's Swiftness. Right now, it looks like the only defensive that Indie Fox has remaining at this stage is going to be the Spirit Link Totem. There's so much that has been popped out in that small amount of time, with Tamix and Welrix just wailing as hard as they can onto the onto our shaman here. And Wasted Talent has popped the smoke bomb, but it was just out of line, and Hand of Protection has now been popped onto Tamix to try and alleviate the dance pressure. Welrix has really played this in a very, in a very conservative manner. Both of the double DPS team was able to get some big pressure. A beautiful crit Word of Glory has been popped as well. And at this stage, it's anyone's game. There's not much more that can be done here. Another smoke bomb has been popped from the Glyph Prep, with some more damage going out into Tamix. He has been dismantled as well. And at this stage, there is only so much that Tamix can do to try and kite. Welrix is just keeping himself at range to see what can be done. And a beautiful gouge onto Tamix as well. And it looks like Wasted Talent did pop his Shadow Dance, but it was easily repentenced off by the Paladin. Big damage coming out into Tamix here. Welrix is just pushing in as much pressure as he can. And Tamix is dropping really low again. Strangulate has been popped onto Indie Fox. It's either the case of that the tanks, our deathmate here will die, or the shaman itself. Unleash Light pops to try and get some extra healing out. With Earth Shield also being popped up as well. And now we've got a Hex coming out as well onto Welrix, and it looks like Tamix is going to be the kill target for this one. And both the Rogue and the Shaman are putting out some pressure here. Totems have now been popped back down again. Welrix has popped out the Sacrifice, trying his best to keep his Deathmate alive. Simulacrum has been popped. We don't know what spell that Simulacrum caught at this stage. Outbreaks are popped as well to try and put some split pressure, but Indie Fox is really low on mana. The question is Indie going to try and go for a reset? He is going for a drink at this stage, and right now it looks like both DPS are just sitting wailing on Wasted Talent at this point in time. Welrix has just spotted that the Shaman is drinking, but he did get up to 50% of his mana pool at this stage. That is an amazing mana pool to be at this point. Tamix running over to try and put Indie Fox back into combat here. The Shadow Dance has been popped by Wasted Talent, and he's doing what he can to try and put some split pressure off. Indie Fox dropping really low again. There's another big hit, and boom. Tamix and Welrix may suffer their first loss of this fight. Goodness me. Remember to hydrate yourselves, guys. And it looks like we are going to see another match coming out with Indie Fox and Wasted Talent pushing out as hard as they can. That 1-1 is going to save them a lot in this matchup. We've one final match to play. DK got. I'm sorry if the music's too loud, I will turn it down, guys. My apologies. We're just waiting on MMR giving the call for the war game to start again. But again, guys, Okay, looks like our players are back into the matchup right now. And we are going on to the ruins of Lordaeron. Again, guys, if you do want to win some epic prizes from watching the live stream, please head over to our raffle that is currently being ran at the moment. If you do have any issues with the form, please reach out to Vincent. He has offered to help out. Absolutely legendary guy. And while you guys are at it, please check out the Emerald Dream project that we are currently running, our vanilla realm, with some little tweaks and twists. And with that being said, we are currently waiting now for the match. The match has now begun. Welleris, Tamix, Wasted Talent, Indie Fox. This is match point. And some damage has already been popped off onto Indie Fox here. He's tried to put himself into the wall, which is a little bit of a glitch that we've had in the server for a while now, but it doesn't stop anyone from being hit. It's just a visual error. Silence has been popped out onto Indie Fox as well. The smoke bomb has been popped as well to try and create some distance here. Indie Fox is managing to get away from this point. Wasted Talent is currently sitting in the middle of the tobacco right now. He's running up very slowly. He does have the slow from the hits that were given by the Death Knight. Tamix is now dropped into a position where he might be in a little bit of a predicament. Wellerix is also pretty low at this stage, but he has popped his cooldowns and is wailing pretty hard onto Indie Fox right now. Now, the Hex was popped into the Trinket from Wellerix to try and maintain his pressure. Nature's Swiftness has been popped now by Indie Fox. There's no more cooldowns available for Indie Fox at this point in time. The only thing that Indie Fox can really do is pop up the Spirit Link Totem, with Indie Fox dropping really low right now. Wellerix is switching off to try and peel for his Death Knight Tamix. Tamix is now needing to use his runes for Death Strikes. He's dropped really low again. It's popped out with the Lichborn into the Death Coils as well. Both DPS are dropping really low. Shadow Dance has been popped again by Wasted Talent at this stage. He's doing what he can to alleviate the pressure. He's using his dance more defensively than offensively here. Ground Totem has been popped as well to try and stop another kick. And Hand of Protection popped up onto the Death Knight to try and stop the Rogue from doing more pressure. Dismantle has been popped, but it was parried at that point. Welleris is dropping really low as well. And at this stage, the Spirit Link has now been dropped, and it was instantly killed off, but a few good ticks did come from it as well. Tamix is now sitting into a stun. There goes the Icebound Fortitude to get out of the stun, and they are maintaining their pressure onto Indie Fox. Indie Fox's mana is really low at this stage, and right now, I think at this point, we should just call it here. The Stoneclaw has been popped again. Indie is surviving just by the skin of his teeth at this stage. Wasted Talent is doing what he can to stop all of the pressure coming off. Another quick drink has gone off, but no use out of that one. The amount of mana that he gained, I believe it was only about 300 mana that was gained from that point there. Hand of Freedom was popped onto his Paladin as well. Wellerix has popped all of his cooldowns again, and he is going on Indie Fox. Tamix is dropping really low though. He's popped some Death Strikes here. He's trying to survive, but it looks like it might not be enough. Big word of glory from Welleris here. Really good eyes and kept bringing himself back out. The pet has been popped, ready for another Dark Pack, and Welleris is still pretty low on his end. And he's using his mana sparingly, trying to keep his Death Knight player alive at this stage. Indie Fox is just surviving by the skin of his teeth right now, with no mana, and Wasted Talent doing what he can to try and peel off. Tamix is dropping really low here. Wellerix has tried his best to keep him alive, and it looks like he is alive at this stage, but it could be it. It could be the end of the match right now. Right now, more death calls have been popped out. Tamix has now reset himself into the fight, and right at this stage, Wasted Talent can only do what he can. Ideally, he may have gone for a reset here, a good gouge onto Tamix, but Wellerix is really low as well. I don't know why Wasted Talent is not going on the Paladin that's sitting wailing on his healer. The Paladin is low at this stage. Come on, guys. And Hand of Sacrifice has been popped out to Tamix as well. There's a stun and a bubble coming from Welleris. And now, at this stage, it's just let's keep the Death Knight alive. They are both chasing Indie Fox again. Trinket has been popped by Wasted Talent. A redirect kidney onto Welrix, and it looks like this might be game for both of them here. Indie Fox is going to drop as well. But the question is, can Wasted Talent finish a 2v1? Normally this would be game, and it looks like Wasted Talent has just gave up at this point. GG to our double DPS team. Tamix and Welrix moving to the next round. Holy moly. Well played to our healer DPS team, but they just couldn't survive the pressure. You guys played absolutely incredibly. Well done. Don't vape, guys. It's very bad for your health. So our next matchup, we'll bring up the bracket again for you guys so that you can see what is going on here. The next bracket is going to be comprised of Baptized Artmy. Well, Baptized and Makishima versus Artmy and Slavy. And we're just waiting for our players to be ready. Our PvP manager has called up for both parties to come and be expected. Or inspected, sorry, my apologies. Ugh, I think I'm gonna need some more water after this one, guys. I will say, for someone who has been playing World of Warcraft for a long time, Cataclysm arenas are so fun, but they are so hard to keep up with. And right now we are currently waiting for Makishima and Baptized to come up to the plate right now. It looks like the players might be AFK at this stage. They're currently just sitting there. Ever thought of rapping? I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. My apologies. Baptized has now came to the screen, and so has Makishima. Both players are now talking together. And we're just waiting on MMR to give the call to wargame each other. All players have signaled that they are ready and have been told to queue up for Nagaran Arena as their first match. We are just waiting for our players to go into the arena right now. They have been told to wargame each other, and they are in. Artmy Slavy, the Feral Druid, and Disciplined Priest versus Makishima Baptized, the Arms Warrior Ret Paladin. Sorry, Arms Warrior Holy Paladin. My apologies. And again, guys, if you do want to win some epic loot on our stream, please go to our forum link, which we have linked to our little raffle where you can win some epic goodies. You can win some in-game prizes, which is going to be the Invincible Reigns. You can also win some faction-inspired hats, and also 100 Ember Coin for your accounts. Yeah. Ain't that beautiful? With that being said, buffs have been going out right now. We are just waiting for our players to be ready. As soon as the gates have opened, we will switch the screen, and the gates have now opened. Slavy Artmy versus Baptized Makishima. And Slavy is now just playing it around, playing it nice and chill. Both of our players have mounted up. We do have the Divine Play already popped from Makishima at this point in time, just to get it on cooldown, use it fast. Dots are now going up. Beautiful Shadow Metal pounds to get some extra damage onto Baptized. Baptized, he doesn't really know what to do at this stage here. with a large input of damage from the Feral Druid at this point. They're just putting bleeds up everywhere. Stun onto Makashima, and Artmy is coming in probably to do a fear here. There goes the fear out as well, and right now both of them are just wailing hard onto the Arms Warrior at this stage in time. Herbalism has also been used. The instant cast Cyclone onto Makashima. And the Blade Storm is now going out from Baptized. Baptized is just doing his best to try and survive all of that damage coming through. Cyclone instantly popped out again. And at this stage, it kind of looks a bit strange. It looks as if Slavy and Artmy don't really know who they want to go on at this stage here. With Makashima healing up his partner and just kiting away, doing some dispels to try and get rid of some of the debuffs that have been put on as well. And Artmy is now just pushing Makashima back, trying to keep him away. The fear is a very powerful tool to use at this stage here, but Baptized has now been stunned again by Slavy. It looks like most of the pressure is going to be with Slavy at this stage. The charge has been put out with his bear stun as well. Back into cat form, coming back over to Slavy, or back over to Baptized. Throwdown has been used onto the players, but Artmy is just taking no damage from this point here. That Prayer of Mending doing its best to pop back and forward. Baptized has now popped into defensive stance with shield wall pops as well to mitigate as much damage as possible. And right now it is just a case of these players are just going to wail on each other. Feral Druid and Arms Warrior, both of them have heavy hits, but who is going to be the one that pushes out more? More shreds coming out here. Mangles as well. There goes the Cyclone onto Makashima. And keeping up his pressure onto Baptized. Baptized dropping to 40%, 30%, and there goes the fear into the Berserker Rage. Charge onto Artmy with an instant clone as well. And at this stage, it's anyone's game. Makashima has been stunned again, and Baptized is moving. He's trying to keep himself in line of sight of his Paladin, and topped back up with the beautiful healing from Makashima. Makashima's playing this game as best as he could. We can see a little bit of a glam change as well from Makashima. Sorry, transmog change. Sorry, Final Fantasy has poisoned me at this point. My apologies. And big damage coming out to Baptized as well. He did get the stun off. There goes the Cyclone. At this stage, it might be the case of they're just using this to try and push Makashima into a position where he won't be able to heal out. But Makashima doesn't choke from it. Mind Control's also been popped to Baptized, pulling him out of line of sight. And at this stage, Makashima just really needs to push himself back in. But Artmy's going to come in here for the fear and do, I believe at this point, Hammer of Justice is on cooldown. And Artmy does have his fear available. There goes another Cyclone out as well, with Baptized dropping extremely low. 31%, 30%. He is into defensive stance, back into battle to do some extra damage. Galore does silence onto Artmy. And at this point, the demoralizing shout to try and reduce the damage from the Druid, and it looks like there's going to be another Cyclone that has been popped as well. And there's the stun, the Feral Charge going to try and interrupt Makashima. There's a beautiful clone, Reflect. I believe that wasn't really a Reflect. I think that was a gem. I think that was a meta gem Reflect that happened there. Can't see that Spell Reflect was used at this point, but the Overpower is going to be doing up some big damage here. Die by the Sword has been popped as well. Or sorry, Retaliation it's called on Cataclysm. Has been popped. There goes the Hand of Protection as at this point, which has been dispelled by Artmy. Artmy is playing this game as best as he can. He is taking lower damage at this point. I believe that is a tank trinket that Artmy is using to try and reduce his damage. Baptized is going in as hard as he can and taking just as much pressure off of the... He's just taking all the pressure from Slavy at this point. Cyclone is being used as well. Managed to resist the rebuke here, with Slavy now popping back onto Baptized. And our Fire Kitty is doing what he can to put out some big damage onto Baptized. Intercom has been popped as well with the Gag Order, and there goes the Blade Storm to try and see if he can get some extra damage in, but Slavy just ain't buying it. Slavy is going for it as hard as he can. And it looks like these players just haven't taken a lot of damage right now. With some more damage coming out. Fairy Fire is also going up to reduce the armor. from both of these players here. Nakashima is in a good spot for mana though, and Innervate has been popped onto Artmy to try and keep that pressure going. Artmy is now sitting in a full stun, but in all honesty, it shouldn't be a big deal because his partner is doing a lot of pressure. But it looks like this match may go on for quite a bit of time. We have a Fear as well coming out onto Artmy, and looks like Baptize is now just going to charge straight back in. The heals are now going out onto Slavy to try and keep himself topped up and good to go. Baptized is pushing out for as much pressure. There's the heroic leap into the into some more damage onto Artmy. It looks like he's going to be just trying to go for split pressure, generate as many Ren procs as he can. Deadly Calm has been popped as well to try and put out some more. Oh, sorry, Inner Rage has been popped out so you can get some more heroic strikes in. Trinketing the Bear Stun with the Thunderclap going out as well to reduce the attack speed of the Druid. But at this point, Slavy just doesn't really care. He's putting out as much pressure as he can. He's got a lot of bleeds up. Bladestorm has been popped out as well by Baptized yet again. And Slavy is just pushing back and forward, avoiding the Bladestorm damage, going back in. Bleeds have been popped on both parties here. And in this sense, he is going to do what he can. He's trying to get that rebuke out of Makashima as well. And there goes some more bleed damage as well. The instant cyclone onto Baptize. I'm not really sure why he's doing it to stop all of his bleeds here. Maybe someone who with a little bit more experience in Druid play can explain why that was a good idea, putting up full bleeds into Cyclone. But he's charging back and forward to both parties right now. The Baptized is sitting at 50% health, 30%, dropping really low here. The Trinket comes out from Makashima with a Trinket pop, and everything has been popped as well, trying to keep his partner alive. But right now, what is going on here? He's not doing any casting, and Baptized is sitting at 20% health at this stage. And I think at this point, it is going to be a case of we will just go into deep dampening to try and see who will get more healing out. Artmy is doing his best to deal with the pressure from Baptized, but at this stage it just doesn't look like that Slavy is taking a lot of damage from Baptized. He is in bear form, but even while he's in cat form, he doesn't take a lot of damage here. It looks like both players right now are just doing some blows. They're trading blows here. It looks like this may just be a case of healer battle. Artmy did get a beautiful drink off at this point, and he is just going to be healing through all of that damage from Baptized. And there goes another Cyclone into Baptized as well to stop all of that pressure. The Hand of Sacrifice was popped by Makashima to try and stop some of the bleed pressure. And Artmy's just having the time of his life here. You know, his DPS is chilling. He managed to get some drinks off. He got some mana. There really isn't anything to worry about here with that one. And at this stage, the spheres have been going off. The hamstrings have been popped as well. The improved hamstring to stop Artmy from moving around. Divine Barrier has been popped. Please don't mind the totem, guys. That's because I currently have GM stance on. We have the Desperate Prayer coming out from Artmy. And right now, Baptized is just going to look to put some pressure, or he was putting pressure onto Artmy, but I don't think he can get any more pressure at this point here. The Fear goes off from Artmy to stop Makashima. The stuns from there goes another charge stun into another Cyclone onto our Paladin. Our Paladin does have Trinket here. Rallying Cry has been popped with Enraged Regeneration to get some huge healing out. Slavy has been popped into a reflect. I believe, is that a reflected? It was a reflected Cyclone. The Power Infusion has been popped. Baptized has popped all of his cooldowns. There goes a big Blade Storm as well. And right now, some of those hits of Blade Storm did get wasted. And personally, I would have stayed on the Priest, but maybe that wouldn't have been a good idea. I mean, who do I know? I'm just a 1200 Andy at this stage here. 1700 on retail, by the way. Don't fight me. Totally would win. Baptized is now pushing out some more damage onto Artmy here. He's just going through it. Artmy has dropped pretty low in mana here, but this could be because the shields just aren't being popped. Trinketing the Cyclone at this stage. And it looks like we do still have some big cooldowns ready from Artmy. There goes another Cyclone onto Makashima. And some Dispels going off as well to try and reduce some of the pressure. It looks like Artmy is going to try and get a drink here. Yep, indeed, going for the drink. trying to top himself back up here. Baptized, and Slavy doesn't really need to worry. Slavy can look after himself. Sitting into that bear form there. Demoralizing Roar also coming out to try and stop Baptized from getting some extra damage. But again, Artmy did get the drink, and Makishima is still playing it as very low. The Divine Plea was popped, but it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough to keep these guys in the fight for long. We are going to go into deep dampening. And at this stage, these guys are just playing it out as hard as they can here. And it looks like we will just reach the point where mana pools will just not be able to suffice. Inner Focus has been popped by Artmy to get a huge heal out, but the interrupt status of it is gone. Shields have been popped. There's another fear onto Makishima with the bubble being popped now to keep his warrior alive. And I believe a Mind Soothe was also popped out there. I'm not sure if Mind Soothe actually does anything right now. I mean, maybe it does. There goes the Herbalism as well to get some more haste out from the Inner Focus. The Innervate has been popped by Slavy again, and at this stage right now, my apologies. Your commentary really needs to get some more hydration. And Makishima is going to get some mana now. But the question is, who's going to stop it? Slavy was going forward, and that was a really good mushroom popped up there. But again, healer disparity aside, there is a big mana difference. Retaliation has been popped again. There goes another Cyclone onto Baptized. And I think this match will be lasting for a while, guys. There's another Stampeding Roar for Artmy to put some pressure into Makishima. It did get a beautiful fear yet again. And the Blade Storm has been popped by Baptized. It looks like this might be game over with Dampening taking into its full effect. And still, these guys are trying their hardest. They are keeping themselves up. They are doing what they can. The Life Blooms are also going up by Slavy. And didn't manage to get the full Cyclone off at this point here. But Slavy is trying his hardest to get Baptized put to the ground. And Makishima is doing what he can. Makishima has been surviving this despite being at low mana for a very long time and then being able to pop himself back up. Artmy has now put himself into a good position for a good fear, with Guardian of the Ancient Kings also been popped. Baptized needs to try and survive this. Shield Wall, Shield Block has been popped as well. And with the healing being provided from the Mending enchant as well, believe it or not, Mending is pretty decent in my opinion. Well, again, PvP Andy, PvE Andy, can't really say much. Slavy is now pushing out some more damage into Baptized, and it looks like this game will just go into deep dampening. I know I've said that a few times, but it looks like these guys are just not stopping. There's only so much that can be done. The barrier has been popped, and at this stage it looks like the only thing that can really happen here is one of them needs to make a mistake, and whoever makes the mistake is going to be the one that loses the match. Wings has been popped again, and another trinket has been popped out by Makishima, which was expertly cloned. There's another Blade Storm coming off to try and put some pressure into Artmy, and it looks like these guys might be on the last foot here. Both of the DPS are dropping really low. There's a Hand of Freedom. Oh, sorry, Hand of Protection has been popped. Great job getting it, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. Baptized now drops. Artmy and Slavy take the first round. Well done, guys. And with that being said, I am going to ask for a quick little break while I go get myself some water. And I have returned. My apologies, guys. Alrighty, we are just waiting now for our our PvP manager to give the call for the war game to start. And we have got ourselves some water. And again, guys, if you want to win some amazing prizes from our live stream, you don't even need to be part of the games itself. You can easily participate into our raffle, which I will give another link to. So if you guys please fill out this link and you will be entered into a raffle. At the end of the stream we will announce who has won some lovely goodies. And while the players are currently discussing, let's have a quick look at our bracket. So right now we currently have, with the matches at 1 for Artmy Slavi versus Baptized Makashima. Looks like we have a bit of a problem. Alrighty, problem has been avoided. It looks like one of our players wants to change their reforging, which is not allowed. Every player has been told from the very start that their gear sets had to remain the same. They are not allowed to make any on-the-fly changes. Indeed, Alvis. Grab yourself some Sally Whitemane bathwater for some hydration. And we're just waiting now for our players to enter the war game. We're just waiting for our players to wargame at this stage. Okay, the players have been warned now that if they leave the area, they will be disqualified. It seems that we had some issues with players just randomly appearing. It looks like our players have now entered the arena onto Ruins of Lordaeron. With that being said, we are now going to wait for the gates to open. Makashima Baptized versus Slavi Artmy. I will apologize, guys, I might be a little bit quieter because I'd rather have my whole voice for the for the event itself, I never would have expected this to have lasted as long as it did. And the gates have now opened with Slavi and Artmy versus Baptized. Makashima 1-0 at this point in time. Pound stun onto Baptized. There's with some extra bleeds popping up here, and it looks like at this stage he's now just going to go straight onto Artmy, popping into the throwdown. The throwdown is instantly trinketed, and the stampeding roar has been popped as well, with fear also going out, but that's put Artmy into a very powerful position next to Makashima, and he's going to come in, instantly fear off, with Guardian of the Kings having popped as well to try and reduce the damage taken by Slavi. Makashima is now sitting in a full fear. He's just choosing to sit in it. Blade Storm has been going out right now to put some more pressure onto Artmy. Artmy is now sitting, he's popped his trinket here to try and reduce some of the damage that he is taking, with the Cyclone also being popped up, and the Feral Charge also going to root Baptized in place, but they're still in a good position at this point here, and Baptized is dropping pretty low. 51% is the lowest health pool that we've seen right now. 45, there goes the defensive stance, shield wall, shield block, everything has been popped. 37%, and right now Makashima is in a mind control into a clone. We might see a trinket. There goes the trinket now from Makashima with a big crit of the Word of Glory. And the Cyclone also being popped out to Baptized to try and alleviate the pressure from Artmy. But honestly, at this point, Artmy is just taking no damage. You know, he is taking some damage at least. There goes a fear as well. Baptized is dropping severely low again with and wow. Okay. GG. I mean, Baptized is dead. Wow. How hard did that hit for? I wonder. And it looks like Artmy and Slavi are moving on to the next round. Okay guys, we're now going to go on to our second matchup, round 2, which is going to be WT Fast, Golden Shami versus Zony L, MK Pom. And we'll show up the bracket for you guys as well, so you guys can see what is going on. Let's bring the bracket up. Here is your brackets. We have WT, and right now, when we hit the what we are going to do, guys, is when we hit the semi-finals, we're then going to do the losers brackets. So at this stage, WT Fast, Golden Shami versus Zony L, MK Pom. And then we're going to go down for the next matches, and once we get there, I can hardly even keep up, guys. This is insane. Our players are now into the arena. This is not Cell Dweller, this is Black Ops music. Again guys, if you want to win some amazing prizes just by watching our live stream, you can simply do that by entering into our raffle. A link will be provided again for you all. Please go ahead and fill out. You can win some hats, you can win 100 Ember Coin for your account, and I believe that our astute caretaker, Great Ghost, has also provided some invincible reigns out of his own pocket. But we are now lining up for the second matchup. MK Pwn, Zony L, Affliction Warlock, Holy Paladin versus WT Fast and Golden Shami. The gates have now been popped. We will be following Golden Shami for the majority of this fight to see what is going on here. Actually, no, we'll jump over to WT Fast, another member, very big damage dealer from this point here, and he's popping out some big damage onto MK Pwn at this stage. It looks like some stance dancing was going on here. It goes into another charge, keeping on top of MK Pwn, stopping him from casting as much as he can. The dots have now been spread, and it looks like Golden Shami made the mistake of dispelling some debuffs away, and WT Fast is now just going to swap over and start killing the pet of MK Pwn. Golden Shami has now been stunned by Zony L, and more damage is going out here onto from MK Pwn. WT Fast just trying to recoup some of the pressure, but right now MK Pwn and Zony are just keeping themselves on top of Golden Shami the whole time. Big crits coming out as well to keep up some of the healing that is required for this matchup. I mean, fighting against an Affliction Warlock is as scary as it is. Golden Shami is just going to keep himself topped up. I don't think the pet has any more interrupts at this point in time, and MK is just going to regenerate some of that mana. He's got himself an eradication proc as well, but wasn't able to capitalize from it. Putting up some debuffs onto WT Fast. He has got his soul swap ready to go, and is going to put all the dots back onto Golden Shami. But Golden Shami did a really good job of trying to kite round. The stun goes out from Zony as well, with MK Pwn just trying to put in his more damage here. Howl of Terror also goes out to silence them both, to fear them both. And Golden Shami dispels again, taking some more damage and silencing himself. Maybe this is a strategy that's good from the rest of Shami point of view. He does have the turrets. Again guys, please don't mind the extra totems. There are not several totems on screen. This is because I'm currently in GM mode on, and I can see all of the original positions. So what we will do is we will hide all this here. I will remember for the next match to go in without GM mode. It does mean that we won't be able to see stealth characters, which is a bit of a pain. WT Fast has dropped down to 57% health at this stage here, but he is putting out as much pressure as he can onto MK Pwn, doing what he can to stop the pressure. He's trying to get to the point where MK Pwn doesn't want to do more damage but wants to peel, but Golden Shami is dropping down to 38% health. Riptides are going out. Unleash Life to try and get some more damage in as well. To try and heal some more. Gets a nice big heal onto the healing surge, but he's still dispelling himself, and he's just taking more and more damage from that unstable affliction. In terms of damage that's being got out here, this is very scary for Golden Shami. Again, I am really not sure why Golden Shami is constantly dispelling UA. Maybe it's just that, maybe it's something that they really want to do. MK Pwn has dropped down to low health as well, with 50%. The beautiful wall crit coming in from Zony L. The Divine Elimination also popped to try and put in some more healing, with WT Fast popping Recklessness. Both DPS are really low, and it looks like this might be its Spirit Wing totem has been popped at a very low health percentage. It doesn't look like the Sham was able to get much out of that one. At this stage, it looks like it's just going to be a GG. If Golden Shami was to dispel again, it would probably be the end of his life at this point. Healing such as have been popped as well. Zony has not got his rebuke. He just rebukes there, and I think he manages to get the rebuke off. Golden Shami now drops. I believe that one was just down to just taking an absurd amount of damage, with Zony L and MK Pwn taking the first match. Well done to our players. Wow, insane matchup from our players here. And that is putting the score at 1-0, Zony L and MK. Looks like WT Fast and Zony and Golden Shami have called for Ruins to be their match, or their map of choice. The wargame request has now been sent. Looks like we might have a bit of a bug here. There is a bug on our server which we are trying to fix when it comes to dealing with war games. It doesn't usually want to pop out, which is a bit annoying, but it is what it is. Why is there 20 totems? There's 20 totems because I currently have GM mode on, which shows me the placement of everything. It is something we will fix, my apologies. The stage has been set. It's currently 1-0 to Zony L and MK Pwn. Golden Shami and WT Fast really need to pull this one as hard as they can. But cast your vote, guys. Who do you guys think will win? And we are currently just waiting for the gates to open. Gates have now opened with Zony and MK Law 1-0 versus Golden Shami, WT Fast. Zony is pulling himself to the back here, and it looks like we have Golden Shami and WT Fast just kind of chilling out at the back here. And they're originally just I think they were trying to go for the pet originally. They are just playing this out. They're sitting there. There goes the pet in now onto Golden Shami. There's the charge onto MK Pwn. Curse of Weakness, Bane of Agony already been popped, and the dots are now starting to flow from MK Pwn. He has slowed down, hit the warrior, and the port back into the middle of the back end of the arena. Defensive stance has been popped as well, so that we can reduce some damage. And he's going on the pet. Brilliant command from MK Pwn, pulling his pet back to stop the damage. And dots have now been spread out across both parties. Golden Shami looks like he's learned his lesson this time. He is not dispelling any of the UAs. It's just a case of he just has to heal through them. At this stage, the pet is now taking some damage as well. Charge out onto MK Pwn again to do some more damage here. Everything is, there's no cooldowns being popped as of yet, but WT Fast is putting some pressure up onto MK Pwn. With Zony he's just kind of chilling at the back there into the little shrubbery to stop him. I don't know why, but every time I see someone standing there, I always think they're trying to camouflage themselves. Golden Shami is doing his best to alleviate the pressure. The pet is almost dead, and it looks like we might see... Are we going to see a health funnel come out from MK? It looks like there's no need. It looks like Zony is just going to be healing up the pet as well. Brilliant coordination from MK Pwn and Zony Law at this point. Grammar Totem is up now to stop any kind of fear going off. The intimidating shout has been popped by the warrior. This is a bit scary as MK Pwn was just a bit out of range. The heroic group has been popped on as well. Sweeping strikes to try and put some damage onto the pet and to the warlock at the same time. With the spell reflect, it looks like it reflected back the Fell Flame at this point, but there is still a lot of damage being put out to both parties here. The pet is now going for Golden Shami. I believe it's just to try and prepare for another interrupt here. And we'll switch over to WT Fast's point of view. He is still wailing onto the paladin, onto the warlock here. UAs are now going back out again, with the haunt just being interrupted. Or sorry, no, the haunt didn't get interrupted. Dunkler has been popped as well. The nature swiftness from Golden Shami to try and keep himself alive. He isn't dispelling any of the dots now, so this is a really good improvement from Golden Shami. He can still Spirit Link at this point. He is low, and it looks. And remember, guys, also with Spirit Link, the lower percentage one of your teammates, the higher the other, it will equalize the health. It looks like Spirit Link might need to be popped here. He is dropping really low. There goes the Spirit Link. WT Fast is trying to put himself in. It's equalized the health, so the health percentage is putting them both really low. And it looks like this might be game at this point here. I don't think that WT Fast is going to be able to stop the pressure. Rallying Cry does go out to save Golden Shami. Really good play from WT Fast here. Another teleport has gone across for MKBone. He is chasing Golden Shami. He does not want any further healing to be done at this point. WT Fast has stunned off to the Warlock here, trying to keep up as much pressure as he can. That pet is still with the bite as well. The bite is doing more damage depending on the dots that are coming on, and MKBone is doing everything flawlessly. His mana is a bit low, but as we know, Warlocks do use a lot of mana to try and keep all of these DDoS up. We also have some more damage coming out from MKBone. He is draining life here. He does get a life tap up to get himself some more health. Death Coil is not available, but his burst is almost coming up again. And it looks like the same with WT Fast. You know, he hasn't used Recklessness yet. He could still use that. Ultim is still really low here. The spell lock goes out onto Golden Shami, and it looks like this might just be it. This might just be the game-winning play here. Golden Shami has dropped down to 11%, and there is the kill from the MKBone and Zony L. GG, guys. Well played. That will not be the last that we see of WT Fast and Golden, as they will be moved into our losers bracket. And now we are going to have our next contestants be called up to the arena, which is going to be Tamix versus Artmy Slavy. Players will now be expected at this point. Oh, trying my best, guys. He silenced the healing wave. That's a really good observation, Lishy. Thanks for pointing that out there. Cataclysm arenas are really hard for me to follow, but I'm trying my best for you all. I'll tell you guys, I won't be able to talk tomorrow. I will not be able to talk tomorrow. But again, guys, if you guys do want to win some awesome prizes just by watching our live stream, please consider joining our raffle, where you guys will be able to win some amazing prizes. The link will be provided right here, and the winners will be announced later. The call for go-go has been given. The players are now into their arena. We now have Slavy Artmy Feral Druid Disc Priest versus the double DPS of Frost DK Ret Paladin. The matches have been dope. They have been amazing. Again, guys, I'm gonna try and keep the energy as much as I can. It is getting pretty late where I am. I'd rather not have my folks come in and shout at me. But we will see what happens. For those who do not know who I am Community Manager Sila. You guys will probably see me more in-game than Vincent. Vincent tends to manage the Discord stuff more. But again, massive shout out to our staff here. Vincent is an absolute G as he is. But the gates have opened. Let's spare no time and let's jump in with Tamix versus Slavy Artmy. Fears have been popped out already. The Hand of Protection has already been popped onto Tamix to try and reduce the pressure given out by Slavy. You know, remember, this is a double DPS comp versus DPS healer. This is all about who's going to provide more pressure first. The bubble was instantly dispelled out by Artmy as well. Tamix is dropping pretty low. Death Pack has been popped as well to try and see if he can keep his health up. Strangulate has also been popped out onto Artmy, and at this stage they're just wailing on Artmy at this point in time. Slavy has also popped the Stampeding Roar. to try and keep himself up, to try and keep Artmy out of harm's reach. Sparkskin's also been popped to try and reduce the damage coming out. Guardian of the Ancient Kings has been popped and is just disappeared now for Welris. And oh my god, why are they getting me to go so fast? The fear's gone out by Artmy, pushing them away, and Tamix right now is pushing as much damage as he can into Artmy, but Artmy's taking no damage at this point here. Looks like all of those cooldowns popped would have been helping. The Cyclone has also been popped out onto Tamix right now, and the Recyclone has also been pushed. Welris is trying to keep his partner alive, but there's just no way that he's going to be able to heal behind line of sight here. He's popped his anti-magic shell to try and stop the priest from doing any extra CCs, and he's pulling away to try and keep Welris in line, but he's lined his healer again. Tamix has dropped really low, 20% health. Big Word of Glory hit from Welris at this point. With some extra hits coming out from the Howling Frost. Slavi is just pushing out some damage into Welris, putting up his bleeds to try and stop the Ret Paladin, but a beautiful Dwarven Racial has been popped as well. The Repentance has been instantly trinketed from this part so that he can still, so that Slavi can still do some more damage. Actually, I believe it wasn't a trinket, sorry, it looked like it was more of the dots that broke it there. And pushed back onto Welris. Looks like they're just stopped going on Tamix at this point. Tamix is sitting in a full mind control, sitting behind the pillar at this point, and Slavi is wailing on Welris. The Sacred Shield has been popped and it is now gone. There's 20% left, 14% left. Big Word of Glory heal from Slavi at this point, from Welris. I'm starting to confuse player names here, goodness me. These guys are turning me into a true rap god. Get Eminem to fight me in this one. Trinket has been popped as well from Slavi to try and push out some more damage onto Welris. Jumped on 9%, 6%, big heal for 20% heal. Hand of Freedom to try and see if he can get away from the damage, but it wasn't enough. Slavi's bleeds were just too much. It looks like that is going to be a 1-0 for Slavi and Artmy. GG guys, GG. I'm beginning to feel like a rap god. And right now we're just waiting on Welris and Tamix choosing the map. Vincent, at the end of this session, would you be able to help me out with choosing the winners on Livestream, please? If that's okay. If you're going to be awake. If not, it's okay. I'll ask Raid to help me. Yeah, definitely. Death Knights against our players have just called MMR fat. Because he's sitting looking like Algalon right now. Poor MMR. Imagine being called fat. Looks like the arena that has been picked is Blade's Edge Arena. And now we're just waiting for the war game to start. I'm not fat, I'm huge. Sorry guys, we were just waiting. We're just waiting on the players to fix some issues with that. We're just waiting on them trying to sort out the war game at this point here. But again, guys, we do have a raffle going on right now where you can win some epic prizes just by watching, and the players are already in the match. That is amazing to see. Let's go! Blaze Edge Arena, the first time we're seeing it on this match, on this in our tournament here. We are going to do what we do best. Slavy Artmy are currently at match point versus Wellerist Tamix, a Disc Priest Feral Druid versus a Ret Paladin and a Frost Death Knight. And the gates have now opened, with our players instantly going straight for Artmy here. Looks like this might have been a bait. Instant Hand of Protection has also been popped out as well. With the Berserk being popped up, it looks like they are both aiming for Tamix. The Death Pack has been popped at this point. The Cyclone is also up as well. Artmy is sitting behind the pillar trying his best to see what he can do. And there's huge crits coming out from the Druid at this point here. Wellerist has also popped all of his cooldowns. I believe that Wings has also been popped as well, but it may have been dispelled by Artmy. Divine Hymn also going out from Artmy to try and keep Slavy alive, but the Shadowmail Pounce also going up from Tamix. They're both dropping really low here. Double Death Strikes is going out with the Word of Glory to basically put them up to full health here. The Strangulate is also going up onto Artmy, but it looks like this might not be enough. Tamix has dropped down to 45% health yet again. Necrotic Strikes are also going out, but he is lining Wellerix, and Wellerix is in a full fear. There is no way for him to get out of this. It looks like this might be game at this point. Necrotics are also going up. More Death Strikes are also happening as well, but 7% health, and boom, big crit away from Slavy. GG, and match point goes to Artmy and Slavy. Ah. Ooh. Okay. Artmy and Slavy, congratulations. You guys are moving on to the next round. We will see Wellerix and Tamix again in our in our losers bracket. Okay guys, we're going to take a quick breather, very quickly, just to try and resituate ourselves. Okay guys, we are moving on to our semi-finals. After our semi-finals, we will be going into our losers brackets. Zony L, MK versus Artmy Slavy. And since we adore you guys so much, let's have a look at those brackets together, shall we? This is where we started, and this is where we are. Our next matchup is Zony L versus MK. Oh, sorry, Zony L and MK versus Artmy and Slavy. After this match, we will have our final players, and we will move in to the losers brackets, where our first match will be Indie Fox and Wasted Talent versus Baptized and Makashima. So we are currently waiting for our players to arrive. Zony L has been pulled. We also have an amazing Hiki as well. Looks like Hiki was just sitting chilling for a little bit. We're now waiting, currently waiting for Nightmare. Sorry, not Nightmare, we're waiting on our PvP manager to inspect all of our players. Our players have given the call that they are ready. Zony L MK versus Artmy Slavy. Holy Paladin Affliction Warlock versus Feral Druid Discipline Priest. And our players have now joined the match. We are ready to go. Again guys, if you want to win some incredible, fantastic goodies just for being here to watch our live stream, you guys will be able to participate by filling in our raffle form. You can win some faction themed hats, you can win 100 Ember coins, and our caretaker rig ghost has also shown that you will get the invincible reigns. Welcome on in guys. You've missed quite a bit, but we still have a lot more to go through. This is now the semi-finals of MK Zony L versus Slavy and Artmy. And we are currently waiting now for the match to begin. I'm trying to keep my voice intact so that we can continue, because I believe we're going to be at this for a little while longer. The gates have now opened. Feral Druid Dispriest versus Holy Paladin and Affliction Warlock. MK has now been opened up on at this point. Looks like Artmy is going straight in to Zony L. Zony L stunning off Artmy at this point, and the Cyclone has been popped out onto the Affliction Warlock. The Fear has now been popped by Artmy, and he's going in to try and he's putting up some dots here. Looks like he might also be looking to do some extra damage at this point. The Silence has went out onto Artmy, and he is healing up his Druid at this point in time. The Wings has been popped, as well as the Trinket proc from Zony L, and Artmy is pushing into a more aggressive position. Hand of Sacrifice has been popped out onto MK to try and reduce some of the damage that has been taken. The Fire Flame has also been gone out. The Shadow Flame as well, to reduce the speed of Slavy. And right now the dots are ticking. This is now just going to be a case. It looks like this match is going to be a true case of pushing out as much as he can with the dots. It's going to be a rot game by the looks of it. Who's going to outlast who? Slavy has dropped down to about 80% health. The health pools are looking pretty high from these guys here. The Howl of Terror was used, and it looks like it forced out both trinkets from our Druid and Dispriest friends here. a beautiful teleport as well while Slavy was getting on some more damage, but he ran straight into him at this point here. And more dots have been popped up here. He's tried to juke the kick. It looks like that's not going to happen. Savage Roar is up now to get some more damage out. And the Cyclone has been silenced by our Warlock here. Looks like he is trying to juke a kick. It manages to get an Unstable Affliction off, but then gets cycloned into that. And it looks like they are just the cycling the pet now to take away that Warlock's ability to interrupt at this point. And the Fell Flames are going. There's not much casting that can be done, but Slavy is dropping pretty low. Barkskin has been popped to reduce the crit damage, and his Trinket has been popped at this point. MK Pone is just trying to push around to see if he can get some more out of it, but Artmy is dropped. Oh, sorry, Slavy is dropped pretty low here. It looked like Artmy did try and get a bit of a drink. His mana is back up at full. For that one, the cooldowns have been popped by MK Pone, but it was cycloned right away before he could get some real use out of it. He only has a couple seconds left. And at this stage, he is trying to juke the kicks here. The teleport has also been popped out by MK Pone. The death coil onto Artmy. He's going to try and keep Artmy away from Zony so that Zony can also use his stun. He uses the stun onto Artmy to keep him into CC. The trinket of the Cyclone has now happened, and it looks like the Unstable Afflictions are rolling again on our druid here, but it's not onto our disc priest. I don't know why he's not soul swapping yet to try and push all of those dots over. Maybe it's just a case of he's pushing in to try and get more damage. There's the skull bash that's happened and a nice portal away, but at this point shouldn't he be trying to keep himself out of line? Instant shadow ball has been popped as well. The shadow flame with the corruption is up just to get some more bleed damage out. The slow is also good. The Barkskin has been popped again by Slavy, and it looks like at this point the team that was doing so well, Artmy and Slavy, looks like they're on the back foot this time. And with Slavy having to spend a lot more time into bear form, there goes the mind control from Artmy. He's pulling MK Pone out of line of sight of Zony. Potentially was trying to get Slavy to get a bit of a reset here. And the Cyclone is popped out at half health of Zony, and it looks like we do have a bit of disparity for health here. It looks like 30% here with Zony now in a Cyclone, and now MK Pone has been pushed into that Cyclone. He manages to get out of it with the Health Stone and a Mortal Coil as well, bringing himself back up to a stable point. Dots are trying to roll. There's an interrupt that went out, and it did manage to connect here. At this point, MK Pone is now on the back foot again. The dots have been popped up, and at this stage, again, there is no swap. There is no soul swap to give, to put on that split pressure. But the Dark Intent did go back up again, and into another Cyclone as well. Zony is just going to have to try and push out as much as he can. The Cyclone was interrupted again, but right now, MK Pone is in a mind control. And that does get stunned off, and now it's just trying to regain some pressure. A very good hand of protection to stop out some damage, but Artmy just predicted it and managed to dispel off right away. The fear was going to go out until another Cyclone as well. Slavy is pushing out some extra remove corruptions to try and dispel off from Artmy here. And Artmy does have a Curse of Exhaustion on at this stage, and another he's pushed away Zony out of the corner with the mind control, and so MK is just going to have to deal with the fact that Slavy is over there dealing with his pet. But it looks like at this point the dots are rolling again. The health is still looking pretty good for both parties here. The Hand of Sacrifice has now been popped and into the Cyclone as well to stop out the damage reduction. An Innervate has been popped onto Artmy as well to keep his mana up. And the Fairy Fire is also up to reduce that cloth, to reduce the armor further from cloth. Another Mortal Coil's gone up onto Slavy, and there goes the Howl of Terror as well onto Artmy. This is the point in time where they need to try and put out some pressure, but there is very low mana from MK Pone. Another Cyclone onto Zony into a stun, and it looks like Artmy is going to come in here for another fear as well. Zony L does have his trinket, but will he use it? He does use it into the wings trinket to try and keep his partner alive. And at this stage, the only thing that can be done is just to try and counter the pressure that has been put on. The Cyclone was missed. The timing of the Cyclone was not as good this time from Slavi either. It was fully immune. We do have some shreds coming out and the instant shadow bolts as well. He's putting up more dots. He is trying to keep the pressure going. There was no extra Cyclone going out there. Zony and Artmy are looking pretty good for mana, but our DPS players here are a bit closer for wear. Now remember, our druid here does have another Skull Bash ready to go, and there's another Cyclone. It's very strange that Slavi is just pushing out more onto the Holy Paladin at this stage. I'd honestly be expecting Slavi just to continue the pressure on the Warlock. Warlock did a very great teleport here, with some more buffs going up. The corruption has been popped as well. UA is going up again. He's trying to bait out that kick, but MK Pone is dropping really low here, and it looks like an amazing death call was also popped out here, with a huge crit heal from Zony L. Again, I'm sorry I'm sounding monotone, guys, but I'm kind of dying with a bit of... my voice is kind of giving out on me here. You know, but we gotta keep the energy. Zony L is now just gonna have to try and time this heal. He does get cycloned right away. Sacrifice has been popped to try and keep his Warlock up. A nice big Word of Glory heal, and with the Aura Mastery also been popped up, it looks like they are going to be able to stabilize this. More UAs have been popped out. Skull Bash did connect and managed to interrupt the Unstable Affliction. A new Cyclone has been popped out onto MK Pone, and it looks like it might be the case that this match is going to again just last for a very long time. Both healers are playing this game really well. MK Pone has been making really good use out of his death calls. He does a death call coming up again soon. In terms of cooldown usage, Zony L does have access to wings at this point, and Artmy does not have his pain suppression, so any other damage that's going to go out here is probably going to be coming from the druid, and it looks like the bar skin has already been popped as well. Another Cyclone's been popped out into Zony. All players on the right hand side do have their trinkets again, and at this stage it is just about lasting out the pressure. There is a Nature's Grasp that is running on Slavi, and I believe that's to stop the Warlock's pet. The death call did get popped out again. It looks like it hit onto Artmy. These guys are just playing this out as best as they can. You know, again, we are going for dots versus dot rot for both sides. Another trinket cooldown popped out from Zony L. He does get cycloned, and that prompts MK Pone to go straight behind the pillar again. These guys have got a really good spatial awareness. They know where their partners are at all times. They're not lining each other, unlike other matches that we've seen where people have been lining each other for this part. More rakes are coming out. The dots are still flowing, and another Hand of Sacrifice has now been popped out onto MK Pone to try and reduce the damage. Artmy is chasing Zony L. Looks like he's going to try and get himself into a position where he can get another fear off, and it looks like it was able to connect. Right now, MK Pone has no... well, Zony L has no trinket, and at this stage, this is very dangerous now. Now, at this case, the bubble is popped by Zony L, which was mass dispelled very quickly. But MK Pone is dropped really low, 34% of massive heal with the Guardian of the Ancient Kings from Zony. He has done what he can, and for some reason I'm not able to look at them, but there we go. Artmy is now sitting in the back drinking up while his druid is dealing out with a lot of pressure. Zony is pushing around and trying to alleviate the pressure given by this druid, and this druid is just going nuts. And I believe if we look very carefully, it looks like Zony L actually has vicious gear on. I can't tell if that's a transmog or not, but if he is competing in vicious gear, that's insane for that one, because I believe that our current set, if I'm not wrong, is Ruthless. Who knows, maybe I'm just wrong, maybe I'm washed up, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't even be commentating this stuff anymore. I mean, I'm trying my hardest. More fears do manage to go out successfully, and right now Zony is trying his hardest to keep MK Pone alive. He is currently just running around. He is dropping targets so that he can make sure that he's also healing himself. Words of Glories are going out. There's a beautiful port again from our Warlock player here, but it looks like at this point the only thing that really should happen is that Zony needs to try and get him back some mana. Beautiful stun onto Artmy at this point as well. And MK Pwn is currently just sitting in the middle, taking a lot of damage here. There's wings that have been popped as well, but Slavy has been very good with these cyclones here. He's cyclone onto the pet to take away the Warlock's ability to interrupt again. And at this stage, it is really the case of, can the healers just keep themselves into a position where they will not be able to be interrupted? Artmy is going to push in for another fear. He does have fear available, and at this point, if Zony L can't stay away from Artmy, it's going to be a fear. It looks like this might be a double fear this time. Instead, it's just Zony that is hit with the fear. Right now, MK does have his portal ready. Will he use it to try and alleviate the pressure? It's a beautiful howl into a portal as well. And these healers are just... This is going to just be a straight-up lasting game. Goodness me, I am slowly dying at this one here. I think I'm the one that's been afflicted at this point. Beautiful death coil just gives him enough space to put up some more dots here. Again, I'm not sure why MK Pwn is not putting these dots onto Artmy. It looks like for the last couple of matches he was swapping these dots brilliantly, but right now he's not really doing it this time. Maybe there's another sense of play here. There's a beautiful Arrow Terror that's went off as well. But the players are still pretty low as well. They are doing their best. Zony has dropped extremely low in mana. This might be game, however, for this one. It looks like Artmy and Slavy are just pushing in. They are taking the momentum. They have the tempo advantage right now. Zony is really low in mana. He needs to find an ability to drop combat and drink, but with MK being so low, it's very hard to do, and that's a beautiful CC chain from our Druid and from our Disc Priest counterparts. It looks like this might be the game-winning play, with MK Pwn dropping down. It's a brilliant CC chain. And with that being said, Slavy and Artmy are taking the first round. Well done, guys. You've played that out brilliantly. GG's in for that one, guys. Looks like we're going to take a quick break here while Zony L goes for the bathroom. So remember, guys, to stay tuned, because after these matches we will be moving on to the loser brackets. Again, guys, if you want to win some beautiful goodies just by participating in our live stream, we've posted a raffle link. Please fill that out if you guys want to win some beautiful prizes. You can win yourselves some faction hats. You can win yourselves some 100 Ember coins for your accounts, and our caretaker Raid Ghost will also be providing Reigns of Invincible. Alrighty. Our players have joined the arena again. And at this point, we are just waiting for the gates to open. Artmy Slavy versus MK Pwn and Zony L. Remember, Artmy and Slavy are 1 up. If they win this match, they will knock Zony L and MK Pwn into the losers bracket. We're just currently waiting for the gates to open. The gates have now opened. And we're going to play this out as hard as we can. Rains of Fire is going out to try and get Slavy out. It looks like they're going to try and play this one a little bit safer. At least from the looks of it here. And there goes the opening as well. The pound stun has went out onto MK Pawn. It didn't really get a lot of use out of it though. Howl of Terror has went out as well, getting rid of that Fear Ward from Artmy. Beautiful port from MK. Pulling himself back into the arena, but he's dropped really low there because our druid Slavy here has popped all of his cooldowns, and he is going as hard as he can at this stage here. The Berserk is up, he is doing damage. Searing Pains to try and juke the casts, to try and see if he can get a kick out, but it wasn't going to be enough. Slavy is not going to fall for that one. Artmy has popped out for another main control for that part. They're trying to slow. There goes the Fear and instantly Trinket as well from Artmy. All of our players here do not have their trinkets available anymore. With MK Pawn just spamming Searing Pain to try and get some damage, try and force Slavy to do a kick here. Tiger's Fury has also been popped for some more damage. Slavy is just pushing those Cyclones around, doing what druids do best, which, to be quite frank, has pretty much annoyed the living shit out of everyone who plays against them. So, but at this point here, it's going for some huge damage onto everyone. He's spread out his bleed. His bleeds are already making some nice work of MK Pawn. Beautiful clone onto the pet to stop the pet from being able to interrupt. But all of those dots are up and ready to go. Again, this is a strange one because he's not spreading the dots onto the priest here. Again, maybe I'm not understanding something for this one. You know, maybe I don't understand what's going on with that, but hey, he could have put all of his dots up here. Slavy has been pushed away with the Fear. There goes Pain Suppression as well from Artmy to try and reduce the damage that the dots are currently doing to his druid here. Another Cyclone, a defensive Cyclone for that one, and instantly cycloning the pet to stop the interrupts going out. Let's see what Zony L's doing. Zony L's kind of playing in open field right now, but Artmy's going to come in and push for Fear. Zony L does not have his trinket. This might be a case where he might need to bubble this. He might need to do it. There goes the bubble, and Divine Illumination popped as well, which was instantly taken off by Artmy. Flash of Lights are now going out to try and heal out these guys as much as he can. There's another Cyclone out as well from Slavy. Slavy is just pumping as hard as he can. Looks like another mind control has went off. A good stun onto Artmy to stop the mind control. Slavy has dropped down to about 61% health. There's a bear stun onto Zony. And another port from MK Pawn. He's putting himself out. There's another Fear from Artmy as well. And it looks like he feared Zony into the Shadow Eye. Which will mean that Slavy will not be able to get another stealth, but also means that Zony takes more damage. There goes the full wings combo, trying to keep MK Pawn alive. Beautiful heals by the Word of Glory, keeping them up there. At this point, these healers are playing this to the best of their ability. You know, Zony is now cloned at the bottom there, but right at this point in time, it looks like very, very good CC chains, teleports from MK Pawn at this point. There's a maim stun to allow for some more damage. Trinket into a Howl of Fury, or a Howl of Fear. Howl of Terror, sorry. With that being said, these guys are playing this game as best as they can. Slavy is trying to keep up all of those dots right now on Slavy. Slavy has now been hit with the Judgment of Justice, so keep damage. Keep this going, keep the damage going, keep the damage rolling at this point. UA has fallen off of these players here, so all of the dispel, but now there is no fear for Artmy to start dispelling. Renews are going up. He's just putting out some very light healing to see what he can do. Berserk has been popped by Slavy. This might be the point where big damage comes. Trinket has now been used, or sorry, a dispel has now came out for the Howl of Terror. Dark Tint has been used again. MK Pawn has dropped down to 40% health. It looks like right now the Fear has been popped again onto Zony L. The Soul Burn and Healthstone has now been used to give himself that extra increase in health. The Hand of Protection is up as well, which was cycloned out immediately. And it looks like at this stage, Mind Control has also went out. There's just no way that Capone is getting on to just to stop this one, and Zony is in a position where he can't push out. If he pushes out, he's going to be stuck. And there's another fear coming out, but they're both in really good positions here. But will there be enough? Unfortunately not. Artmy and Slavy do take this and they move on to our finals. Good job, Capone and Zony L. You guys tried your best, but in this occasion, it wasn't enough. And now, with that being said, we are going to move on to our losers brackets before we do the finals. Here is our current bracket standing as it currently stands, guys. We have currently seen all of these players play as amazingly as they can. With Artmy and Slavy moving into the finals, we're now going to start going into our losers brackets so that we can fill up and get ourselves into a position where we are good to go. Who knows, maybe Zony L and MK might be able to get themselves into a rematch situation. But with that being said, let us call forth our competitors for our rematches. Sorry, not for our rematches. For our losers bracket, we're going to be calling up Wasted Talent, Indy Fox, Baptized, and Makashima. I'm going to take a nom, I'm kind of hungry. Y'all ready, guys? We are ready with our next matchup in the losers bracket. And our first match to kick it off will be Wasted Talent and Indie Fox, the Sub Rogue and Resto Shaman versus Makashima Baptized. Wish these players the best of luck. See where we go from here. Looks like we have a very slow start to this match. Wasted Talent is not pulling himself out. It looks like they're just gonna wait it out here. Hopefully they'll be able to pull out a little bit more. Very slow matchup. Can we get some Z's in the chat for this one? Looks like they're pushing forward now. There goes the sap onto Baptized. He was brought out instantly by Makashima with the judgment there. There goes the Shadow Dance right now by Wasted Talent. He's trying to push out some damage, but didn't really do much from this sense here. Baptized is still at 100% HP. Wasted Talent is dropping pretty low, down to 80%. With the bleeds rolling at this point. There goes the heroic leap as well from our warrior to try and keep up the damage. He's now onto the Resto Shaman. The Blade Storm has been popped, which was instantly dismantled by Wasted Talent. Very good play for that one there. The trinket has happened now onto the kidney shot. And at this point here, our warrior just can't seem to get over to do some more damage, but Makashima is doing a really good job just instantly getting rid of these totems being popped up. It's a shame for Indie Fox here because he's putting those totems up and there's just not really much more that can be done from this one here. And right now Indie Fox is getting himself a little bit of a drink here, and Makashima was able to stop it here. Stoneclaw totem has went up for the shield. From this point, Baptized is just going to try and connect back onto our players here, but without the speed increase without any way to give this warrior a speed increase, he is just going to have to run around. Unfortunately, it's one of those situations. Our warrior does mount up at this point, and a beautiful gouge goes off to stop him from trying to reconnect. Again, I feel really bad for Indie Fox because Makashima just constantly seems to hit these totems. He's like, no, you're not going to get these totems up. I don't want you to have them. You know, which is a pretty good play here. There goes the speed increase as well into a stun onto Indie Fox. This might be the point where they drop low because the Recklessness was popped as well. And Wasted Talent is just pushing out. He's managed to CC Baptized with a blind at this point. And there goes a cheap shot. It looks like Dance is available, but he's not using it right now. He's not pulled enough energy for it. And right now, it's just a case of they are keeping Wasted Talent in combat for as much as possible. You do not want to get a re-stealth here. He's also going to try and keep... he's also... I just find it so sad because Wasted Talent's spent so much time putting up these totems. And again, guys, please understand, these are not 20 odd totems. This is because I have Game Master mode on and it shows me every single placement of the totems. I do apologize, it looks a bit jarring. I could do this, but then we won't see health bars. I mean, this does look a little bit cleaner though, don't get me wrong. But at this stage here, these guys are playing it pretty well. Wasted Talent is still in combat. He's not able to get a re-stealth there. Baptized has managed to reconnect onto him. The inner focus have been popped as well. The Colossus Smash Throwdown. Deadly Calm has now been popped to get that instant damage out. You know, for the free casts. Recuperate has also been popped up by Wasted Talent at this point. And now we take this moment while we kind of wait for these guys to figure out what they're doing to get some hydration. Bottle of water. Dance has been popped, Trinket has been popped, but it looks like he wasn't able to connect that much onto it. It just feels like that dance was really wasted. there wasn't really much that could be done onto it. I don't think the Indie Fox was able to land out as much CC onto Makashima. But Baptized is just pushing in as hard as he can at this stage. He's got the Colossal Smash up. He is doing quite a bit of damage. The Retaliation has been popped, which was dismantled. A really good call by Wasted Talent here. He is making good calls, but he's just not able to really connect and do, you know, any kind of big damage off of his dances. Yeah, just so we know, guys, I'm Scottish. I don't actually say bottle of water. No, sorry, bottle of water. No, we say bottle of water. We have a slightly different inflection in our voice there. Backstabs have been gone out onto Baptized here, but again, it honestly feels that Wasted Talent just isn't able to connect that much damage. And it just feels like they're running around. I mean, at this point, you know, I think we can all just call this a meme here. At this stage, you know. But yeah, it's this is kind of depressing. It just feels like our rogue cannot get any good damage off here, and Baptized, these guys are just chasing around. You know, I honestly wish I had my my soundboard set up for this, because we could have been able to play some circus music while we're going on. And yes, Lushy, it would be kind of like a purple burglar alarm. La 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 la. Purple burger alarm. It's kind of hard. How is life going? Life is going pretty well. The rogue's dropping pretty low now. We may actually get some action out of this, because both of our heals are just sitting chilling. You know, at this point, probably be scratching their ears. You know, like these are pretty insane for this part. Again, just to explain, guys, the totems that you are seeing are not all out from the Shaman. This is because I have Game Master mode on at the moment, but it looks like at this point it is just going to... He's just trying to keep himself. Indie Fox is doing pretty well, but Baptized is just getting... It feels like, again, there's still not a lot of damage going on. Makashima is doing really good by keeping all the totems that were there out of the way. And at this stage, it is just a case of they need to sit and wait for it. We honestly just can't see any big damage coming out from here. There was a connect off of there, and again, Wasted Talent does have his he has his Shadow Dance ready, but he's not been able to get any good opportunity out of it. It feels again that there's not a lot of damage coming from this rogue. The warrior and the paladin are just doing their best at this stage. There goes a Shadow Dance, sorry, Shadow Step into a kidney for that one here, but again, there's still not a lot of damage going off from this one. We do have, there's the Recklessness popped by our warrior here onto Indie Fox, and it looks like this might be, or sorry, it looks like he's going onto the rogue at this point. He is doing what he can. He is pushing out as much damage as possible. We do see a 60% drop. There's the Hand of Freedom as well, which is, it was instantly immune by, which sort of immune the big hits there. But at this stage, they are just toying with each other. There goes a battle shout up to keep some more, to keep the damage going. Deadly Calm has been popped again to try and get some more out, but it looks like the kidney shot has been popped up. And again, this rogue is they're just toying with each other. There's not much that they can really do here. At this point, we're just waiting for there to be some actual action at this point. It's a bit sad. And at this point here, they're dropping down to 50% health. Sorry, I had to answer a quick message here. I'm just going to remove the I'm just going to remove the health bars for now because the GM mode is allowing us to see a lot of totems here. We will just rely on the in-game the UI that we currently have provided by Hiki at this stage here. Indie Fox has now just popped down the Manatite totem, but these guys are just toying with each other. There isn't really much that the warrior and shaman can, or the warrior paladin can really do, but Makashima is getting rid of the totems. You see, there's the shadow dance onto baptize, which was instantly popped with a hand of sacrifice, and Wasted Talent is they're just toying around to see what they can do in the stage. But I believe this is going to be a case of this is going to be a case where it is whoever makes the mistake at this point here. You know, they are just running around the circles. If they are outplaying, they are basically playing this as best as they could. They need to wait to see some big damage. They need to wait to see a mistake at that point. Baptized is currently out of combat. He's getting the mount up, and there goes another beautiful gouge as well from our warrior counterpart. And we're still seeing some more ring around the rosy gameplay, and he's just going to start clearing out. To be honest, guys, from our observations, I don't believe that Dampening is working on the wargames right now, so these guys are really just kind of playing it at this point. You know, they can keep this match lasting for as long as they want, but eventually the wargame will time out. In which case it will be counted as a draw. Baptize has now popped out some more cooldowns here. He's popped his trinket. He's gone out for the throwdown. He's putting out some big damage onto Wasted Talent. This might be game here now. The beautiful gouge as well. He's trying his hardest to keep on top of this road, but he's not able to connect anymore. Makashima should have put on a Hand of Freedom, but it looks like it's on cooldown as well. And at this stage, the only thing that's not working, it just looks like at this point here he's pushing out more damage, and Wasted Talent is doing his best just to kind of keep him focused at this stage. With more overpowers going out here, there goes the Blade Storm. We do see the Dismantle coming out as well. Beautifully timed to stop the extra progression going out. And the blind out on the warrior, and we are just sitting and being chilling. Right now it is just whoever makes a mistake. I'm currently checking out to see if Dampening is scaling properly. But as far as I can see, it looks like it is not the case. Yes, we've just had confirmation that for our solo queue 2v2 and 3v3 games modes, the actual rated game modes, it works correctly. But in this case, with war games, Dampening is not enabled. So we will let the players know for the second match, but until this time, we just have to kind of let them play it out and see what happens. Eventually the war game will time out, in which case it will be declared a draw. This is something we will have fixed for the 3v3. We've never really done the 2v2 matches. This is our first 2v2 competition outside of the elimination bracket, but it looks like they are pushing it as hard as they can. Baptize drops really low, and boom, Wasted Talent does pull it off. Big damage done. with that, we have a round win by Wasted Town and Indie Fox. Alrighty guys, round 2 of Baptized Makishima versus Wasted Talent Indie Fox. We might see another dampening game, we might not, it really depends. We shall see what happens. But in this case, Baptized is putting some pressure onto Indie Fox for a change. Looks like we're going to see a very similar start up here. We do have the Hand of Freedom is already on cooldown at this point here. Indie Fox dropping really low. Another beautiful Hand of Freedom to try and stop the counter pressure, and they are going to be playing on the tomb again. Just running away, trying to keep themselves alive at this stage. Baptized is keeping up as much pressure as he can onto Indie Fox. He's pushing around as much as possible, and now he's sitting on Wasted Talent. Evasion has been popped to try and alleviate the damage, but Evasion is just going to keep giving Baptized some huge hits from the overpower. Back onto Indie Fox here, with Reckless has been popped by Baptized. He's a bit, I think he might not want to try and Bladestorm here in case he does get the dismantle coming through from the rogue. There goes a cheap shot as well. There's no trinket to avoid this at this stage. And so right now Baptized is just going to have to sit in that, in the stun for it. The Stoneclaw totem has been popped down, which was immediately, I believe it was stunned and then removed at this stage. And Berserker Rage has been popped. Wasted Talent has been thrown down into a knockdown. The trinket has been popped with the cheap shot as well. He is pushing out some big damage from this part here. And right now Makishima is just keeping himself in line. Indie Fox is going for another drink at this right here. And remember guys, we do have a slight issue with collision on that wall, but again, it's nothing major. You can still hit people through it. Hand of Sacrifice has been popped as well. The Galore is just going to sit and do a little bit of bleed damage, a little bit tickly at this point here. Trick to the Trade has also been popped out to try and get Indie Fox to do a bit of damage, unless he's using the glyph to get the double damage out. But Wasted Talent is dropping pretty low. It looks like Indie Fox is just going for another drink at this point, and Wasted Talent just needs to pull back to try and prolong the fight as much as possible. Beautiful heroic leap into, and it looks like this is going to be it. It looks like it might have just taken too long for Indie Fox to get away. He does get stuck onto the tomb there, which is a bit sad to see. The stun goes out here, and at this point this could have been a convert into a kill, but it just didn't happen. And there goes the blind as well. The Baptized does have his cooldowns, but he's not going to use his trinket for this one. I think they're just going to look for a quick reset. I can't believe he almost killed Indie Fox on this one here. The Colossal Smash is going up. He's putting in some damage into Indie Fox here, and Wasted Talent is just going to try and do some more peeling as well. He's going to get that. He's going to keep the crippling poison going up at this point here. And Makishima is doing a really good job again of just keeping himself placed in a good position. There's the Tremor Totem being popped up, which is taken out immediately by Makishima. And some heals are going out as well. The Rebuke has been popped. I believe it did manage to connect. Indie Fox is sitting in Ghost Wolf. Stoneclaw has been popped to get a little bit of extra shielding out. And that air shield is just going to keep healing him up for a decent amount of damage at this point. The Unleashed Life has been popped as well. He's back in. They're just running from pillar to pillar. The Hex is being popped out here. A good stun came out by Makishima at this point. Baptized is now looking to try and connect again. That crippling poison is just tearing our warrior apart, and this is not a good standpoint for him to be in. He just cannot do as much damage as he really wants to. There's the trinket popped out by Baptized at this stage. Then there's a throwdown onto Indie Fox. This might be it. The dismantle does come out to alleviate the pressure, which is a great play. And the intimidating shout, not intimidating shout, demoralizing shout has been popped as well. And it looks like he's pushing in. He does not want Indie Fox to get another drink at this part. The Cyclone has, or sorry, the Colossus Smash has been popped down with Blade Storm coming on top for some big damage here. And they are going ham on each other. There is no way. The stun does go out and does connect. The Hex is now popped onto Baptized. There's no way for him to get out of that. He just has to sit it. And right now, Makashima, the only thing he can really do is try and keep Indie Fox in combat right now, to see if he's able just to keep the pressure going. Ren's have been popped up, another Thunderclap to try and stop the damage. Berserker Rage has also been popped out as well to try and get a little bit more rage gain. Throwdown has been popped, and at this stage it is really now a case of healing back. Makashima should really try and keep Indie Fox in combat for this one. And he's pushing out onto Indie Fox again. It looks like Wasted Talent did manage to get a bit of a reset here, and just goes for a garrote into a rupture onto Baptized to try and get that little bit of he's trying to get that little bit of push out to see what he could do here. Baptized is dropped down again. The Hex was popped onto Baptized. This might have been a bit of a mistake, but Indie Fox is getting enough time to run away to go and drink again. But it looks for, yep, he's indeed drinking. The Dismantle goes out for the Blade Storm, which was a little bit of a waste from that one, considering there wasn't much damage being used from it. Throwdown has been popped onto Indie Fox. There goes the big cooldown. So at this stage, the only thing that Wasted Talent really needs to do is stop Baptized from doing more damage. There was a beautiful kidney shot onto that there. This Shadow Dance is still on cooldown at this point. And we do have the Tremor Totem should be coming up very shortly as well. And Makashima is doing a good job trying to keep Indie Fox in combat. He does not want to see more drinks. But it looks like these two are just duking it out again. We do have the shield wall being popped up by Baptized, and Wasted Talent has dropped really low again. 27% HP has now been popped here. There goes a vanish from our rogue, who's just trying to keep up some more damage. Again, we've got another garrote going up with some slicing dice to keep his damage flowing. The deadly throw to stop Baptized from connecting onto Indie Fox. And he is backstabbing away. There goes a beautiful step onto Makashima. It looks like Wasted Talent is going for a bit of a reset, but wasn't able to. Did manage to get into stealth, but was brought straight back out again. Thunderclap's also going up to reduce the attack speed of every player here. Wasted Talent is trying to push out onto Baptized. Baptized is now sitting in a full Hex at this point. There's just really nothing that Baptized is able to do from here. He's just slow. There's nothing that can be done, and Wasted Talent is just pushing out a little bit of damage here. And Makashima he does have Hop available should they need a rise for it. A really good throwdown onto Wasted Talent to try and put out some pressure, but Indie Fox is just playing this perfectly. He is doing what he can to alleviate any kind of pressure given by these guys. Oh god, brain fart. And there goes another cheap shot, and Wasted Talent is pulling back to try and get a reset here. Indie Fox does manage to get another drink off. They are just going to play this out as much as they can. They're playing it out to Dampening again. We did actually have confirmation from the players that the GM, the Whitemane Spectator add-on does not show Dampening percentage. We will try and get that fixed for the 3v3 tournament that comes up in a couple of weeks. But at this stage here, we're just trying to see where it goes. A beautiful, beautiful hit in from Baptized here. He's putting Wasted Talent into a lower and lower health percentage. 32%, 35% is dropping even further. And at this stage, there's a beautiful charge onto Indie Fox as well to try and keep the pressure going. He's now swapped over to Indie Fox. Wasted Talent, he doesn't have a lot of energy pulled here, so at this point it is just to try and peel rather than do damage. With the recuperate up, Wasted Talent is just going to pull himself back up to full health. And they are trying their hardest, these guys here. Wasted Talent and Indie Fox are just playing this out to the best of their ability. They are doing what they can. And in this stage, again, it is another Mimir match, but you gotta admit, like, Indie Fox and Wasted Talent are just playing this textbook. There is nothing more that they need to do to try and survive here. We do have the trinket proc again from Baptized, and he does trinket out the... He does trinket the kidney shot on this one. Bladestorm is used now just to try and connect further onto Indie Fox. The dismantle goes out onto Baptized to stop more pressure. Wasted Talent has now been struck again, and it looks like they will just engage in this straight up slogfest. At this point, they are stabbing as best as they can. More stabs. There's the shiv to put on a concentrated rippling poison onto that there. And now there's another throwdown going down onto Wasted Talent. He is pushing out as much damage as he can. The inner calm has been used. There goes another big hit as well from Wasted Talent. He is pushing out some damage, and a beautiful heroic leap to try and reconnect on. He just needs to keep those bleeds up at this point. Makashima is doing his bit. He's just getting rid of the totems that are available that have been popped up at this point. Hamstrings have been popped out as well, with the overpower also being used to get those instant crits. And overpower does hit really hard, especially if the rogue is using evasion. It's just going to constantly pop through. They know that going on the rogue is no longer an issue, so they're going on to Indie Fox now. There's the stun onto Indie Fox. Indie Fox does have his trinket, but he's choosing not to use it. He's just going to sit it. He's going to deal with it. Shadow Dance has been popped by Wasted Talent. We might see some big damage come in here. Hex has now been popped onto Baptized, and it's a really good way to peel around. Indie Fox is just running the muck at this point. He is trying to stay away. Baptized has used his recklessness now. And he is just he's just keeping the rogue up as much as he can. That's all he needs to do at this stage, is just keep Wasted Talent alive. There's a greater healing wave coming out to try and get some more healing off, but right now Indie Fox is in a bit of a predicament with his mana compared to Makashima. The blind has now been used onto Baptized, and he's sitting in the blind at this stage. Makashima is just... Makashima is just trying to keep people in combat here. He doesn't want people to... he doesn't want Wasted Talent to get back into combat, or sorry, to get out of combat. But he's doing his best. He's pulling for his healer. He's pulling for his partner, sorry. The deadly throw goes back out as well onto Baptize. He's keeping this warrior slowed, and the one thing that warriors want to do is just keep pressuring, keep putting on as much pressure as possible. He does pull back to try and get the stun off. He does get the stun onto Wasted Talent. Getting some... I think he will need a new keyboard after this. There goes the Shadow Dance as well, which was instantly sacked by Makashima. Makashima and Baptize have managed to reduce every single bit of damage that goes where given. But this might be it. They're both dropping really low at this point. Makashima is keeping Baptize alive. Wasted Talent dropping to 35%. He's now swapped back over to Indie Fox to try and stop him from healing more. It's got some more damage coming out here. The rogue does go into the vanish. There goes the smoke bomb. And it might be the case of we might see some big damage coming out here. But if Makashima does jump into the smoke bomb with his rogue, with his warrior counterpart, saying, "No, I got you in this one." And Indie Fox is just going to be running around trying to get himself another bit of a drink. He does get some mana back. He does pop the trinket, get 15k health, but it's just not going to happen. with a nice so it looks like a Shadow Dance has happened again from that one there. Both of them, prep is still on cooldown, but Indie Fox does have access to a few more cooldowns here. At this stage, it is really the case of there's a retaliation as well, just to try and alleviate some damage. But Indie Fox is in a very precarious spot with his mana compared to Makashima, with the Divine Plea being popped as well, and not having access to the The Manatite totem is just not going to be able to work. Again, guys, please don't mind the totems. The totems are because I have Game Master mode on. If I was to turn it off, we would lose the totems, but we also wouldn't be able to see the Rogue when he goes into stealth. Rogue is now at 34% health, and Indie Fox is still pretty low. There goes another smoke bomb out. There is no dance on this one. This is just pure damage coming from the Rogue. We have some more. We're getting into execute range now. We just heard the execute go off. There's a blade storm coming through. It looks like they're just going to sit on the Rogue. Might be able to get it here. The Spiritling totem was popped to bring them back up. Equalize the health at 30%. There goes the Shadow Dancer. This might be it for this one here. This might be Baptized Death if Makashima is not able to keep his warrior alive. The Rallying Cry and Rage Regeneration has now been popped, but both of them are really low health. This might be it. This might be game. 1% health. Cheap Death has been popped. And this might, it might even be a case of it survive at this point. The Cheap Shot has been popped, and Wasted Talent does drop by bleeds. And at this sense, that was incredible. Oh my goodness me. Baptized and Makashima are now at 1 each. Next match we'll take it. Baptized really played that out well. Again, guys, just going to specify on this next match, I will go in without Game Master mode, but like I said, it will mean that we will not be able to see Wasted Talent when he goes into combat. Again, guys, if you want to win some incredible little goodies, please feel free to head over to our live stream raffle, where you can win some amazing goods. You can win faction hoodies, or sorry, not faction hoodies, you can win faction caps. You can win yeah, so we now have a problem where we cannot see the players. And that is why we need to use Game Master mode. So, I actually tried to do it without Game Master mode and it broke the UI. Hilarious. But anyhow, we're now waiting for the gates to open. Match point between Indie Fox Wasted Talent versus Makashima Baptized. And we are off. Dalaran Arena was the choice for this matchup. Just go to there, put that there. Yes, guys, every weekend we do run a leveling increase of 50%. Sometimes we even do 100. Indie Fox dropping really low here. Gag order has been popped up as well. It looks like Baptized and Makashima are just done with this shit. They want this to be over with. They don't want this to go any further than where it is right now. But Indie Fox is doing his best job to try and kite around the boxes here. Makashima is the only one that was able to do some connection there, but Baptized is pushing as hard as he can onto Wasted Talent. He does eat the kitten shot now. Makashima is just sitting there saying, yo, I got you, you don't need to worry about it on this one. They are pushing, and he, right now, Baptized has dropped combat. He should be able to go in and get some more damage. There we go, knockdown onto Wasted Talent, popping in the intercom. Oh, sorry, the inner rage. I keep calling it intercom, it's inner rage. It's deadly calm, inner rage. Whoopsies. Wasted Talent did put out some more damage. He has jumped back onto Indie Fox, who's sitting a full hodge at this point. Recklessness has been popped as well by Baptized. And at this stage, he's just putting out some big damage onto Indie Fox. The Stoneclaw Totem has also been popped up as well to try and see if he can get some more damage out, or to try and mitigate some of the damage that's been done. Wasted Talent is just kind of sitting, chilling. He is looking with his shaman, and they are just going to run around. They're going to do the same plan again. They're just going to play for dampening at this point. But the thing with playing for dampening is the one mistake you make, it's going to be game over. Wasted Talent is going to be sitting into a full stun here. Dismantles Baptized, who actually parried the Blade Storm. He parried the Dismantle at this point. Wasted Talent is sitting at 40% health. This might be the case where they'll be able to pull around and convert it. Both players are trying to converge. At this point, Makashima is just trying to keep Wasted Talent in combat here. But Baptized is just going to keep pushing in on Wasted Talent, trying his best to do more and more damage. And there goes the retaliation up as well with another trinket pop, 50% health. The warrior is doing as much damage as he can. The trinket has been popped as well with intercom. Deadly Calm has also been popped to try and get some more damage out. Warrior did heroic leap, but I think he kind of got himself stuck, mate. Oh no, he got hexed instead of whoopsies. Indie Fox is just running amok right now. He's saying, "You can't catch me. You will never be able to catch me." Reminds me of that meme where the guy was being attacked. He says, "You want to hit me? You cannot." Wasted Talent is just trying his best to keep around with his healer. I think Indie Fox is just looking for resets. Right now, what Makashima really needs to be doing, popping his head in and out because he has a speed increase. Baptized is not able to connect on these guys from this point here. But right now, we just need to see what's going to happen here. They are playing Pillar really well. Looks like Makashima was, or sorry, Wasted Talent was looking to try and get a re-stealth. Maybe not, we're not too sure on this one. But Wasted Talent does have all of his cooldowns available. And Baptized has jumped onto his mount at the moment. It was stopped midway through. The stun has gone out onto Indie Fox, which will allow Baptized some time to get connection on at this point here. But he does get stunned yet again. Makashima is just going to keep his rogue in combat. The intercom has been, sorry, the inner rage has been popped again to allow for faster heroic strikes. And the deep wounds, the mortal strike is doing a lot of damage there. There's the Blade Storm, which was instantly dismantled again by Wasted Talent, and still have some big cooldowns ready for the rogue here. You know, there are plenty of cooldowns available at this point. Just need to see them actually use them. And our rogue did get into stealth for a very brief amount of time, but was pulled out again just by the bleeds that were up. Indie Fox is still running around. He's trying to keep everything out. They are just waiting for dampening at this stage. And remember, if Baptized and Wasted Talent, or sorry, if Baptized and Makashima lose this match, they will be out of they will be completely eliminated from the competition at this stage of play. Like, this is all of the case of we have the chance to come back at this point, and we are pushing through to try and get some more damage out onto Indie Fox. Wasted Talent is taking a bit of damage now from Baptized here, and again gets Baptized into another stun. At this point here, he is doing what he can to try and keep them off his healer so that he can turn around and do some big damage. Indie Fox does manage to get another bit of a drink here. Both healers are stable in terms of mana, and there really isn't much to be done in terms of the healing side of things. There was another stun, and now Baptized is popping some damage here. He doesn't have Recklessness as of yet. Again, guys, I will say it one more time. Please don't worry about the totems. They are not. There are only 4 totems down. This is because of GM UI. It is something that we will be able to fix shortly. Hamstrings have been going off onto Wasted Town. He does get rooted at this point, but he manages to kidney shot to stop any kind of pressure that Baptize was going to be able to do. But they are playing this box as best as they can. It doesn't look like there is much more to be done from Indie Fox. He just needs to keep his rogue up with some hots here or there with a Riptide, some Earth Shield. But other than that, they just need to play for Dampening. Baptize does manage to reconnect onto Wasted Talent. He has got the hop, but the hop wouldn't be enough to try and keep him on. Dismantle does go out, and he is trying to keep himself in a position where he can put pressure. Right now, no team has a real tempo advantage. No team is able to pull enough pressure at the moment. But he is still hitting Wasted Talent at this point. Now the Blade Storm has came out again. There is no dismantle this time, so all hits of the Blade Storm will go through. Stun comes through from Wasted Talent. Looks like Makishima is just going to be healing through it. He does have Hodge available. But again, both healers are looking amazing in terms of their mana consumption. They are being conservative. They are doing what they can just to keep themselves in the match for as long as possible. Berserker Rage to get rid of the Gouge, and the inner rage has been popped again. Another trinket going through that might have been a bit of a mistake. I didn't see any major CCs go out. Wasted Talent does have Kidney Shot available. There's another disarm going out, and unfortunately, because the fact that Baptize just trinketed something, I didn't quite see what it was that he trinketed. There wouldn't be he wouldn't be able to get out of it. It's all of his damage just gone. There is no dance from this one again. It's just pure damage coming out by Wasted Talent and Indie Fox. Indie Fox is just pushing. He's trying to keep his partner alive, and he's doing a very good job if that. Does manage to get a route onto Indie Fox to put on a little bit of pressure. And the Colossus Smash is on Indie Fox. He's pushing out. Need to get a little bit of hydration here. Oh goodness me, another mount upcoming from Baptize. That just shows how many times they've dropped combat at this stage. He's pushing back in, trying to get some more damage out into this one here. The cheap shot does go out. There goes the Shadow Dance as well. We might actually see some bit of damage coming out, but it looks like he just used that that Shadow Dance in a defensive manner. Indie Fox is just keeping Wasted Talent up as much as he can. But at this point, guys, it is just a case of they need to play for Dampening. Wasted Talent is now taking a bit more damage at this point here. And there goes the Retaliation coming up as well. The Shadow Dance is still unavailable. Premeditation is up, but he's not using it as of yet. There's been no good opportunity to use smoke bombs here. There goes the throwdown onto Wasted Talent. At this stage, it is really a case of who makes a mistake first. Is it going to be Indie Fox, or is it going to be Makishima? And it looks like this might be the case of there might be a death here coming on. 15% HP coming through from it there, and boom. With that being said, Indie Fox and Wasted Talent are now eliminated from the bracket. Congratulations to our competitors. Indie Fox and Wasted Talent did play as well as they could, but they have now been eliminated. Alrighty guys, we'll move on to the next round in our losers bracket. We now have Wellers and Tamix versus Myel, Semifinal. Well, congratulations to Wasted Town and Indie Fox. You guys did play as well as you could, and everybody here is, well, I would like to hope everyone is impressed with their play. We'll bring up the bracket for you guys right now. Give me one moment. Bring up the bracket right now. Here are your brackets. We're currently waiting at the end of the fight. At the finals is Artmy and Slavy, and the last people to fight in the losers bracket is Zony and MK Pone. But right now, our next matchup is Wildest Tamix versus Myel and Semifinal. And I believe this is both double DPS for this one. Looks like this is a mirror. Yeah, that is right. Oh, looks like we have Tamix as AFK. Could be wrong. He is just sitting with the MK. Yeah. Alrighty. So it is indeed a Frost Vanguard versus an Unholy Vanguard. Cast your eyes, cast your votes, sit on your asses, and roll your boats. I don't know where I was going with that one. I don't even know if it picked up. But cast your eyes, cast your votes, sit on your asses and roll your votes. It is now a Frost Vanguard versus a Unholy Vanguard. Who is going to win? We will find out very shortly. Again guys, if you want to win some epic goodies on our live stream, consider joining our raffle. We will be deciding the winners of the raffles at the end of the stream. The match has begun. I forgot to switch over the scene over. Tamix is going very hard onto Myel. Looks like both of them are just aiming for the paladins right now, but Wellrix is taking a huge amount of damage considering that the gargoyle was originally popped here. The necrotic strikes are coming out from Semifinal. He is pushing hard. There goes the first bubble out from the paladin, and Myel is not popping his bubble as of yet. He's just blasting it away with divine protection. And these guys are pushing as hard as they can from this one here. I think Wellers has been pulled back in by Semifinal, and Semifinal is just pumping out as hard as can. Tamix is just sitting all the way at the back there. I don't know what he was doing, but he just let his partner die. And goodness me, Tamix, what are you doing from that part? Myel and Semifinal take the first win of this match. It looks like the Unholy Vanguard is already off to a triumphant start. Myel and Semifinal 1-0. It's a bit of a change from our last match, don't you think? just currently waiting on MR giving the call for wargame. Okay, the map has been called. We're going to Galore Arena. Again, Frost Vanguard versus a Unholy Vanguard. And they have now joined the arena. Alrighty. And with the gates starting to open, we have Myel versus Tamix and Welrix. Oh, sorry, Welrix. Frost Vanguard versus Unholy Vanguard. Right now we already have Tamix opening really hard onto Myel, with Savatiso not being able to connect really onto Welrix. The death grip has been popped out to try and keep them off of the paladins. And right now it is the case of just needing to stop the damage. Now we have Myel popping the first one for the bubble there, and it looks like the silence has went out by Savatiso to try and alleviate some of the spell damage pressure from the Death Knight here, Tamix. The Abomination has now been popped, and at this point we might see the end of the match already. Coming up very shortly. Welrix is dropping really low. Myel is also pretty low on this one here. It looks like Welrix might be the first one to drop him, but Welrix was the first one to drop indeed. He did manage to get his bubble off, but other than that, the Unholy Vanguard is the ultimate winner. And Tamix is just struggling to keep it going. At this stage, it looks like it is all for nothing. Well done to our competitors. Really quick matches. But unfortunately, Welrix and Tamix's journey has now come to an end as they are now eliminated from our bracket. Okay, guys. So it looks like Golden Shami unfortunately had to pull out of the tournament, which means that Baptized and Makashima would move directly onto the next match, which would be against our Vanguards. So our next matchup is going to be Myel versus Baptized Makashima. I will show you guys the brackets right now. Unfortunately, WT Fast and Golden Shami had to pull out of the competition. So we have a Warrior H Pally versus a an Unholy Vanguards. Alrighty, so it looks like our players are just going to go for a smoke, so I will also do that. We'll take a quick 2-minute break here, guys. We will be back shortly. Alrighty guys, apologies for the wait. Our players are now in the arena. We have Warrior H Paladin being baptized in Makashima versus our unholy Vanguard of Sivatison and Myel. We're just waiting on the gates to open. Let us begin. Also managed to pop to the kitchen and get some cookies. Nom 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 nom. Can we get some Z's in the chat? Looks like we're having another Amimir open. Okay, we have the battle share going up, and now we have a Chains of Frost. And finally, the action commences. Looks like they're starting already pretty hard onto Myel, trying to get him to pop his bubble. Divine Protection has been popped as well at this point. Retaliation also. And now they swap over to Sivatison while the Paladin is out of reach. Paladin has popped his wings, he's popped every single cooldown that he has, but it might be the point where this might be a death already by Myel. Big heal from the Paladin onto this point now. The Death Knight does manage to sacrifice his pet and has popped anti-magic shell. Warrior is now popping all of his defensive cooldowns to try and keep himself alive. At this point, Makashima is doing his best to try and keep in range of his warrior. Wings is still up, he's still putting out some decent healing onto the warrior here. Sivatison is just taking the damage, he's getting absolutely wailed on at the moment here. Recklessness was popped by Baptize, and there goes the Blade Storm. This might be the point where one of the players do drop. For some reason I can't seem to click on people, that's really odd, that's really annoying as well. Oh my goodness, I need to actually come out here. Probably, there we go. Sivatison has dropped down to 47. Both the DPS players are down pretty low at this point, but they are managing to keep up the pressure. Myel no longer has bubble available at this point, so it will be the case of the next couple of hits will be the deciding factor, with Baptizing Makashima taking the first kill from Sivatison and Myel. And that should be a 1-0 for our Holy Paladin and our warrior counterparts. And now we're currently waiting on our we're waiting on the map call. And Blade's Edge Arena has been called now. Oh, and they jumped in. Hilarious. Second match now. Match point for Sivatison and Myel. If they lose this time, they are going to be knocked out of the bracket. our second match has now started here between Savatso and Myel and Baptized Makashima, Unholy Vanguards versus a Warrior Holy Paladin. Double DPS versus DPS healer. Right now, Baptized, there goes the stun off already onto Myel. It looks like Baptized is just going to start wailing on the warrior at this point. The throwdown goes onto the Death Knight. An AMS pop just to try and immune the damage from the Paladin here. But other than that, there's not really much that can be done on this one. There's the Hand of Freedom now, or Hand of Protection now being popped. Myel has popped all of his cooldowns. This is the point where he can now do big damage and big healing. The Repentance has now been popped as well. He's just trying to keep himself alive at this point. So he did do a pretty nice half heal of the huge hit. Word of Glory. Sorry, I'm losing my words here now. Bubble has now been popped by Myel, with both of the DPS players staying roughly at the same health, but Makashima is now the one taking all the pressure here. The Divine Light is going up. It's just at this point, Baptized Makashima pretty much have it in the bag at this point. The Paladin has no cooldowns left. The Death Knight has no cooldowns left. This is now just a case of who makes a mistake first. It looks like Makashima is dropping pretty low, but Baptized has also popped his cooldowns to try and put out some counter pressure. He's blade storming on Myel, and it looks like Myel is going to be dropping here with a death. And at that point, it is GG once again for our Warrior Holy Paladins. And they will be moving on to the next bracket, the next part of our bracket, with Savatso and Myel being eliminated. Guys, we're going to be moving in to our final match of the losers bracket. Zony L and MK Pone versus Baptized and Makashima. But it looks like Baptized has kind of went AFK for a bit. And again, guys, if you want to be part of our draws to be entered into our raffle to gain some fabulous prizes, please use the link that I will be posting in the chat momentarily. All of the in-game prizes will be picked at the end of the live stream. The real life prizes, so the hats and the hoodies for the winners and the bags for the second place, will be dispersed at the end of the month. This just allows us a bit of easier time so we can ship them all out together. If you are picked as a winner, you will be contacted. Looks like our warrior is ready. And with our final match now starting for the losers bracket, Zony L MK Pone versus Baptized and Makashima. Holy Paladin Affliction Warlock versus Holy Paladin Warrior. Yes, Baptized did win against the Rogue. Aw, thank you there, Nighty. Our finals of our losers bracket. The winner of this best of 3 will be moved into the finals of the winners brackets for the chances to win hoodies and a faction pride loot bag. And the match has now started off. MK Pone Zony L versus Makashima Baptized. And Makashima's already gone out really hard to MK Pone. He's pushing out as much damage as he can. There's the unholy... I can't even speak anymore. Big cooldowns have now been popped by Baptized. He's going hard onto Zony L. Looks like he's just wanting to try and end this match as soon as possible. Galore has now been shot up as well. There goes the wings from Zony L to try and mitigate all the pressure, with the Crusader Strike also being used to generate some extra holy power. There goes another Galore stun, but this one is going to be a lot smaller with stuns going out here. MK Pone is trying to peel off. He's not even he is now. He's trying to peel off for his warrior, for his paladin counterpart. But right now, the Baptized is just pushing in hard against MK Pone. They are going for it. They are pushing hard. MK Pone does a really nice teleport away. Makashima was there in time for the intervene. And now some big damage coming out onto Baptized. This is where Affliction Warlocks get scary. When all those dots are rolling, it is just a case of now big damage is going to go. Again, we don't see the spread dot pressure from MK Pone this time. I really don't know why we're not seeing any form of soul swap going on. At this point, another beautiful teleport away, and Baptizer is just going to start hitting that pet. There's a heroic leap onto MK Pone to try and put up some more pressure here, or some cooldowns out of Zony L. Zony L has only used his wings and his Divine Plea at this point. Hammer of Justice is available again for him. With Makashima on the other hand, he's just kind of sitting in the background. He is chilling. Zony L has got himself in a good position here. It looks like we did see a looks like it was a double Hammer of Justice that tried to go off there. I think both of our paladins did use it at that point. There's a silence in from Makashima. The trinket has now been popped. Zony L trying to get some, trying to get an interrupt onto Makashima, but I think he just missed from that one there. Hand of Sack has now gone out onto MK Pone. And really at this stage, the only thing that MK Pone needs to do is put on some split pressure and try and put the dots everywhere, because right now the only people who have dots at this point in time is Baptized, and Baptized is just sitting wailing on MK Pone right now. There are some points where they get some big damage, but other than that there's nothing. Doom has also been used on the warrior to try and put up some extra damage. Now it is really good control of MK Pone to bring back his pet at all times, but without the unstable affliction being off on right now, Makashima is able just to keep cleansing everything off of Paladin, off of his warrior at this point. But for some reason, there's so much pressure that just is not happening right now. And and as a Warlock player myself on retail, when I see this, I'm just thinking, what is going on here?
MK Pwn is now out in open field. Baptized is dropping really low again from all of these dots being spread out. And again, even though there's no spread pressure, this is still dangerous. There goes the Blade Storm, and it looks like we might try and see a teleport here, but MK Pwn does do the Death Claw to try and get some more split pressure to try and heal himself as well. Zony L is in a really good position, and there goes another teleport, pull himself behind cover. And he's just gonna health funnel his pet to keep the pet up, and Baptized is just gonna hit the pet more, and now he's back onto onto MK Pwn, with Zony coming in to see if he can try and alleviate some of the pressure that his Warlock is facing. He is now in a full stun. With MK Pwn sitting down at 40% health. There goes a really good teleport as the pummel was used for Vanguard to stun. And again, there is so much healing going out. The Hammer of Justice has been used again on Makishima, and Makishima is in a position that, again, mana pools, they are both stable at this point. MK Pwn is now sitting. It's a very comfortable position here where his dots are rolling, but and there goes a silence onto the Paladin. But again, there is no way that the pressure that could have been built here is just gone. There is no split dots. There is no unstable affliction on both parties. I'm really not sure why it's not working, or why he's not doing it at this point. There goes the wings from our Paladin here, Zony, so you can try and keep MK Pwn up. And MK Pwn just really needs to start thinking about putting some extra pressure on. The pet is nearly dead at this point, and the pet did die. This now means that he needs to resummon it. The instant resummon has been done through the pet talents, but other than that, he needs to start putting some more pressure onto the other players. There is no split pressure, there is no spreading of dots, and Makishima is just able to sit and heal through this comfortably. For some reason, I really don't know why that MK Pwn is just not spreading his dots. He's not doing what he, what Warlocks are just really good at, which is split pressure. The Curse of Weakness has now been popped up onto Baptized, as well as the Bane of Doom, and Recklessness has now been popped, with a really good Hand of Protection now being popped out by MK Pwn. And there goes the Blade Storm to try and keep on top of MK Pwn. The Shadow Flame has been used to try and keep him away. Again, a full row of dots has now been done, and they are pushing as much as they can. Again, there still is no spread of the dots, but even at that, the warrior is still dropping low from all of the pressure the Warlock is able to produce. Again, please don't mind the Ebon Imps. It's the same thing as the totems as well. He's now healing his pet up. His pet is still pretty good in health right now. Makishima also joining in to try and generate some holy power from that one there. He's jumped onto MK Pwn, got another throwdown on. A trinket has now been used by MK Pwn to stop the pressure going on. There goes another interrupt with his trinket popped. There is no recklessness as of yet. This is just a straight pressure that can be done. Deadly Calm has now been used to try and push out some more damage here. Heroic Strike spams, and there's another beautiful teleport. MK Pwn is playing position as best as he can. But again, there's so much pressure that is just not being utilized here. The only way to gain that pressure is to start playing the way that Afi does, and that is to spread all of the dots everywhere. He missed the kick, and he's now going in for a fear onto, I don't know who the fear was on, I believe it was on Makishima, but the pet is dead again, and this now means that Makishima has, or MK Pwn has no way to interrupt anymore. And I believe he's not spec'd into the... Oh, he did have his pet up. So I honestly thought I seen his pet dead for a second there. Very unusual, very unusual. At this stage... Oh yeah, there's a pet corpse there, but his pet is alive. Huh. Funny how that works. And the Shadow Flame was used, and again, the portal as well to try and generate some distance. UA is going up. Corruptions has now been used onto the Baptized as well, with his haunts now going up. He's still trying to get that UA up. There goes the interrupt, which he's now duked. He should now be able to get the full goal on. There's another fear going out onto... I never seen who that was, I do apologise on that one. He is trying his hardest to push out some pressure onto this warrior, but again, Makashima doesn't have any dots on him at all. There is no fear about trying to dispel some more dots at this point. Baptized, all that Baptized really needs to do now is just focus on staying alive. All that MK Pole needs to do is try and put on some extra pressure, but even at that, it looks like Makashima is still on the back foot. There's a stun out from Zony, which might be a good way to keep Baptized out at low health. Hellflames are going out to try and to create some distance as well from Baptized. And MK Pone is looking in to push for a fear. There goes the fear onto Makashima. They don't have a trinket at this point. This is now or never. The rallying cry and rage regeneration has now been popped out from MK Pone to try and or for Baptized to keep himself alive. He just needs to play back foot at this point. He needs to play defensively. With Makashima now stunning Zony L, there's only one thing that MK Pone could do, and that's teleport away. There goes the heroic leap into the heroic leap into the charge as well. I do apologize, guys. I am very hoarse in the throat right now. Take a sip of that Coca-Cola. Probably not the best thing to be drinking right now. There goes the hand of sacrifice has now been used, and some big heals have been popped out by these guys. They are playing into dampening right now. And it looks like these guys are going to be, I do agree, they are going to be in for the long haul. The Warlock now, with the Shadow Flame now being popped up, Baptized is just trying to keep himself on top. He can go for the pet kill with that Blade Storm here. It just depends on if Zony is able to keep the pet alive, to keep the Warlock's ability to interrupt going. It looks like they're just going to drop the pet right now. It did allow for some extra dots to go up here from MK Pone. No, we don't have any Iron Brew left. I meant to go to the store and I forgot. Fun story actually about this competition is it's directly after my raid on Final Fantasy. So I've been talking non-stop since 6 o'clock today. The Recklessness has now been popped out again. Big cooldowns coming out from Baptized. This might be the chance that he can try and convert to get a kill, but he wasn't able to stay on top of MK Pone. At this point, the executes have been used onto the pet. The pet is now dead. It was resummoned via the demonic summon talent again, but it is looking like we are going to go into the long haul game. They are still attacking the pet. The wallet, MK Pone has popped all of his cooldowns again. He is trying to keep that pet alive, and the pet drops as well. There's no more pets for MK Pone. The only way he can get it up is just to start summoning, but he won't have enough time because Baptized is just sitting chasing. And at this point, it is very much the case of MK Pone needs to get his pet out as soon as possible, but he cannot afford to sit and cast for 5 seconds. More stuns have been going out. Yes, it is indeed sacrilege. I'm very upset about it. I need to go to the store tomorrow and I will buy some Iron Brew. I will send a picture of it in our server, I promise. More peeling is coming out here. The pet is alive again. He wasn't able to get it up, and now he has his demonic summoning talent available one more time, coming very shortly. The pet just needs to survive, but we are now going to be playing into very late dampening. And if one of these players needs to try and convert a kill here. Zony L is at very low mana. There is not much more juice left in the tank from Zony L. It could be the case that one of them starts dropping now. MK Pone just was not be able to. He's not been able to keep on top of the pressure, and it is now going to be a very close game. Will the dots kill Baptized, or will Baptized kill MK Pone? And Zony wasn't able to drop combat in order to get a drink. I don't think that MK Pone has enough health to even survive trying to go and let Zony get a drink here. Normally they would just be able to push through with it, but Baptized is just pushing in as hard as he can. The trinket has been popped now for the extra strength. The Hand of Protection is up, and he was able to line away from the hit of the Shattering Throw. But now the pet is going to dip again. For that, Baptized has now been sacked by Makishima. Makishima isn't doing too well in mana as well, but he is surviving. He has got 38k, 36k MP right now. There is enough for him to keep going for a little bit. MK Pone just needs to try and pull away, get some sort of distance so that Zony is able to get some mana back, because at this stage it is going to be a game over. From the looks of it, the pet has now been resummoned again, and Baptized is just still wailing on MK Pone at this stage. He just wants MK Pone to hit the deck, and given the fact that Zony has no more mana, this is looking like it's going to be the game over moment. I think the Baptized got a little bit confused there. He did get stunned, but other than that, he just kind of looked around for a little, wondering what was going on. Healthstone's now been used by Zony, including his trinket as well, but he has no mana at this point. Doesn't have his Divine Please. Divine Please still on cooldown for quite a bit of time, and at this stage it is just the case of surviving until the dots do more damage than the warrior can, or the paladin can, because you know that paladin's still able to throw out some execute hits there. And right now it is very much looking like the case of the game will soon end. Zony is pulling himself back up, and Makishima is now the one without mana, but again, MK Pone just has no mana to deal, no health at this point. It is going to be, will it be a death here? 12% health has now been done. The Healthstone has now been used by MK Pone. That is his last resource to try and survive. With Zony at very low mana, he is doing his best to try and regenerate something, you know, using his judgments as he can. Both healers are now incredibly low in mana, and the execute would be the kill for MK Pone. With Baptized and Makishima going 1-0. This is now match point again. We're just waiting on our players being ready now for the next match. Hope you guys are having a lovely evening, lovely morning now. Again, if you guys want to win some epic goodies, please participate in our raffle. The winners of which will be announced either at the end of the stream or tomorrow, probably tomorrow because it'll be really late. But IRL prizes will be sent at the end of the month. It is indeed late. Gates have now opened. It's final match for potentially the final match. Sorry, for Zony L and MK Pone. If they lose this match, they will be eliminated from the 2v2 Oktoberfest event. And Baptise now going pretty hard onto Zony L right now, pushing out as much damage as he can. Zony L immediately has to pop his bubble and his health stone as well to try and survive all of this. At this stage, it is very difficult to try and keep all of those cooldowns available, considering that Makashima and Baptise have shown that they can convert some big kills if they have the ability to. It was a really good stun from Zony L onto Baptise, and right now Makashima is in a position where he is still able to heal his friend, but he is not able to push in for any meaningful CC. You know, Makashima does have he's now used his Hand of Sacrifice as well, try and reduce the damage that Baptise will take, but other than that, it's now just a case of pushing out to see who does more damage. And he has indeed started using the soul swap. That is a really good it's really good to see now. And yes, I was getting a little bit mad at it because on retail I play Warlock and I love using soul swap. It makes me happy. So more damage pushed in. There we go. Seeing that soul swap pressure going out from MK Pone, that should mean that the games will be a little bit closer than what it was. Maybe it was a case of MK Pone was just putting on a show for us. But now Zony is getting in. He's putting in some bits of little tickly bits of damage here and there. The Hand of Sacrifice has now been used onto MK Pone to try and alleviate some of the damage happening. Baptise is now charged straight back in to MK Pone, doing a bit more damage from here. He's already put up the gag order, stun his silence as well. Hand of Freedom has been used onto MK Pone to allow him time to get back into the portal. Blade Storm is now been popped. Both players are side by side, stacked up together. Zony L is able to move away from it. And more soul swap action is coming in. Makashima is dropping pretty low on his own health, but he has to make the choice. Like, does he heal himself or does he heal Baptise? Obviously with Beacon of Light, that shouldn't be a problem. It seems to be the case that they're wondering about it. MK Pone is dropping pretty low at this point here as well. Zony had to pop his wings to sustain his partner up right now. Flash of lights are going out. He is popping out to try and get some more healing out with the Judgments of the Just. Baptise that has dropped pretty low as well from this one. I mean, the health bars are just rocketing up and down every single time. MK Pone is trying to keep out and to keep the damage going. There's another big soul swap with all the dots onto Makashima. Mind Plea has now been popped out by Zony L and by Makashima. MK Pone is just trying to keep all of the dots rolling. Good stun onto Baptise there, which was instantly dispelled by Makashima. Looks like it was probably a mistake for that one there. There goes the Blade Storm as well. That'll cause MK Pone to instantly teleport away from that one. And the stun is now out on Zony L, with some more damage being pushed in by Baptize. He still has all of his cooldowns available, pushing as hard as he can, try and get Zony L to pop some more cooldowns out. MK Pwn doesn't have many left either. He doesn't have Death Coil, doesn't have his Dark Soul as of yet, but he doesn't have, oh, I believe he still has his Headstone as well. So all of that is still available. Pet is still alive, so the Soul Link is still up. And right now it is just a case of who is going to do more damage. I believe Zony L might be lagging out though. I think Zony L may have just dropped his internet. Oh my, that was a huge lag spike, and it's put them into a really bad spot here. MK Pwn now had to pop his Soul Burn and his Healthstone as well. And it looks like it is game over. Zony L and MK Pwn looks like they lost based on a disconnect. It's really unfortunate. Hurts to see it, guys. Hurts to see it. Just to confirm, guys, that unfortunately disconnections that are not from server problems we cannot do a regame for. So unfortunately Zony L and MK Pwn will be eliminated from the bracket, and now we will move into the grand finals, a best of 5 between Artmy Slavey and Baptized Makashima. It hurts to see it. It really hurts to see it. Okay, we're just waiting for our contestants to be ready. They're going for a quick bathroom break. Ooh, the Mimir is now settling in, guys. The Amimir is now settling in. Yeah, drink. I'm legit gonna have no voice tomorrow. I'm gonna be so dead. But it's okay. We do it for you guys. Again, please remember, if you guys do want to win some fantastic goodies just from watching the live stream, please fill out our raffle link. We will be picking the prize winners tomorrow, and we will be sending the IRL items at the end of the month, including the ones from the final, from the competition as well. Ready to crack a bev? Hell yeah. I wish I did. And now we are going to start off with our grand finals. Artmy Slavi, Disc Priest Feral Druid versus Baptized Makashima, Holy Paladin, Arms Warrior. Oh, I do this for free. I'm the community manager. I do this for fun. We do it out of passion, guys. So the hoodie is for the competition winners. Okay, it looks like they are in right now. Alright guys, we are beginning the final rounds. The best of 5. And right now, we are currently waiting for the gates to open. Artmy Slavi versus Baptized Makashima in a best of 5. It might be 5 AM by the time it's finished, who knows? And the gates have now opened with our competitors ready. Let's see who wins. The Feral Druid Disc Priest or the Arms Warrior Holy Paladin. They're going in pretty hard from the very start. They're Baptized already dropping down to 42% HP, and the rallying cry has already been popped out with the enraged regen from Baptized. He's now popping all of his. He's now popped all of his defensive cooldowns, other than shield wall and shield block at this stage here. Makashima is in a really bad position. He is feared all the way in Narnia, and now he is mind control, which was instantly stopped over by Baptized, really well played. Artmy has pushed out as much damage as he can. He's now popped down his barrier. He's trying to mitigate as much damage as possible. Baptized is pushing out for some more damage in, but Makashima's in a pretty weird spot right now because Baptized won't be able to get healed if he keeps going there. The gag order does go out onto Slavy to try and stop the clones going out. The entangling route was used instead, with the inner calm now, the deadly calm now being, oh sorry, the inner rage now being used over to try and put out some more damage here. Baptized is now stuck into a clone with Slavy now going after Makashima, putting him into a stun, into a clone, a clone onto Baptized as well. Artemy's pushed in for a fear instead. Baptized now dropping pretty low. There goes the shield block and the shield wall. Every single defensive cooldown has now been popped out from Baptized, and at this stage there really isn't much more that he can do. He has been mind controlled over. The cyclones have been used non-stop, and it looks like it will be the case of Baptized will drop any second now. There was another clone coming out there. This is a full clone rather than a half clone. He's pushed over to Artmy. Artmy is now taking some damage as well from the warrior, being on top of him. He still has access to Blade Storm. He still has the ability to get over there. Makashima has put himself into a very weird spot because now Baptized can't really go and push any further forward. And at this stage here, good sick. I'm trying. We've got a little bit of shit stuck in the throat. Yeah. Jeez, the 1% save has been put out as well. The hand of protection has been used as well, with a desperate prayer coming out from Artmy. Artmy is still taking quite a bit of damage here, but it looks like he's going to be okay for this part here. The fear has been used, the Berserker Rage has been used to get rid of that there, and he still has the one-hander and shield out just to try and be prepared for the Cyclones, but he doesn't have Spell Reflect at this point. He does interrupt the mind control, and Makashima is going to be sitting in the back end, looking like it will be for a bit of a clone. Mind control has been used yet again for Baptized at this point here. And the Feral has been pushing out. He's pushing out onto Baptized. The bubble was used, but it was dispelled off by Artmy as fast as possible. Hand of Sack has been used now, with the Guardian of Ancient Kings being pushed out for some big healing. Big saves are coming out from these guys here. And now the throwdown has been used. Recklessness has been popped on for Slavy as well. But he's not taking that much damage. The Bark Skin was popped to reduce the damage coming out from it. The Maim has also been popped out. Makashima, I don't know why my UI keeps doing that and pops me back to Narnia, but we'll just run in instead here. Let's run in and check the action here. Baptized is pushing in really hard onto Artmy. Artmy's just having to sit there and take out as much of the damage as he can. He is now pushing out. He's popping his Holy Novas, just trying to do a little bit of damage, a little bit of healing. And if that crits, he's also going to get a little bit of shield as well. Penance has also been used. And Baptized is just kind of sitting in the background here. And kind of in a really tough spot. Makashima is just running around. He's running away from Artmy. He doesn't want to get that fear, but there goes the fear anyway. He does have his trinket available if needed. The Rallying Cry and Enraged Regeneration has been popped yet again. And Baptized is now running straight in for Artmy to try and get away from Slavy to do some more damage. Not too sure why the Feral would be switching weapons, because it does look like that's what they would be doing, but hey, I mean, they do what they do at this stage. Makashima is doing his best to keep his warrior alive, and this is just a game of titans right now. They are trying their hardest, and there goes another mind control by Artmy. Artmy has been playing these mind controls insanely well. And Makashima at this page, the only thing he can really do is try mount up and get close. He needs to be careful of Artmy in case there's going to be another fear. At that point, you really don't want those fears to be going out. Slavy does jump out. I think, is it Slavy or Slavy? I'm assuming it's Slavy. Considering these guys, I believe all of these players that are playing right now are Russian. I could be wrong, they might be Ukrainian, I'm not too sure. I can't actually tell the difference between the languages, I'm very sorry. They're both in Cyrillic, and that's probably really horrible to say. But both of them are playing really well at this stage here. They did have a little bit of a chat earlier with each other, and they are playing to their heart's content. They are pushing, they are doing what they do best. They are slamming the arena, and they are making this their home. Slavy is going for another cyclone. It looks like it looks like Makashima tried to interrupt it, but it was fake casted. At that point, he is keeping Baptized up as high as he can. The stun did go out onto Artmy, and Artmy is going to be taking a bit of damage. He has popped a trinket. Again, I believe this is a tank trinket that has been used as well, which was originally bugged, but has now been fixed on our server. But it does provide quite a bit of damage reduction when it is used. Shadow Fiend is now up with Baptized taking quite a bit of damage here. This might be the game-ending move, and a big ferocious bite will take out Baptized, putting the match originally to a 1-0 in favor of Artmy and Slavy. And we're just waiting now for our players to call the map. Slavy has indicated that they will be playing on the ruins of Lordaeron for the second match. So we're just currently waiting for our players to be ready. As soon as they are ready, we will be able to proceed. I like turtles too. And the arena match has now started again. Round 2 with Slavy Artmy versus Baptized Makashima. Currently Slavy and Artmy are 1 round up. If they win another 2 rounds consecutively, they will be the champions of Whitemane. And they will take home some amazing hoodies, faction-based hoodies, which they will be able to choose, and we will sort that out at the end of the month when we can do all of the deliveries together. Because trying to do deliveries on different days is a pain in the ass. Right now we see another opening up there from Artmy. He's popped over to the he's gave the roar of the stampeding roar over to Artmy to try and put on another fear onto Makashima, but the Cyclone has been popped as well. The Bear Stun has now been used onto Makashima, and more damage has been popped out. Baptized again has popped all of his defensives here, or most of them. The Intimidating Shot has been used. He's dropped really low here. He has to go into defensive stance, pop out into the Blade Storm to try and get himself some more healing here, but Makashima is now picking him all the way back up, doing what Holy Paladins do best, and is saving people at the worst times. Baptized is now in a clone, and now Makashima is in that same clone, and this allows Slavi to get back on to do more damage. Barkskin has been popped on top of the Elimination. Fairy Fire just to reduce a little bit of the armor that the warrior has. Artmy is pushing over for another fear if possible, but he is not able to get there as Baptized is just keeping him slowed the whole time. Makashima has now stuck himself inside of another clone, and Artmy is just pushing again. He manages to get over, but he gets knocked down with the throwdown right away. There is no trinket this time, so we're not too sure of the way this is going to go. Makashima does use this opportunity to get some distance to try and get away. Slavi is used innovate onto Artmy to try and keep some more pressure up. A great stun from Makashima, and Artmy is now just chasing again, trying to get that fear off onto Makashima, but now they are in clone. At this point, the only thing that really can be done is to just take the fear. Fear has been used onto Makashima, but not before Hand of Sacrifice goes up to try and reduce some of the damage, but it wasn't enough to break the fear. Makashima is now stuck into a clone, and this might be the game-winning play, but it looks like Makashima was able to keep Baptized afloat. Baptized is now just trying to put out some more pressure. He does have bleeds up. He is trying to get over to Artmy to stop the mind control, and there goes a Cyclone as well from Makashima. I do apologise, people. It's been a very long day for me. Baptized is now taking in some more damage here. The Skullbash came back to bring Makashima back, or Slavi back over to Baptized. Artemy is now running in, waiting for it. There goes another fear as well. I think the fear didn't go off there, sorry. The stun was just perfectly timed. There goes a fear by Artemy, but it looks like Artemy is going to be dropping pretty low. It does pop his trinket again. And is taking quite a bit of damage. Makashima had to bubble here. Baptized has now popped all of his cooldowns and is blade storming on top, trying to see if he can push out and get a kill at this point, but it just wasn't going to happen. Slavi timed that blade storm's ending perfectly. And yes, it is a visual error with our Whitemane UI. That's the concentration and retribution aura show up twice. This has just been a constant. One of them is the spectator UI icon, and one of them isn't, which is a bit weird. It's been something that we've been trying to fix for a while, but to be honest, things are functional, so we use it the way it is. Artmy is now trying to push it in to Makashima again. There's another throwdown coming in, but Baptized was cloned to stop it. Makashima goes in for a stun onto Artmy. Artmy is now ready for the double fear, uses it there. Baptized is now dropping extremely low. Slavi is just pushing as hard as he can onto Baptized, gets another fear, another Cyclone off. He does root Baptized. He's popped his trinket. He's going to just bleed him up, do as much damage as he can. Savage Roar has been popped as well. He's starting to shred away. And Berserk was also popped. I never even see the Berserk actually go up. Funnily enough, Nature's Grasp has been popped. Baptized is just pushing in against Artmy, and another fear goes out by Artmy onto Makashima, and it looks like this is going to be the death knell, and the death bell has rung on Baptized, with Artmy and Slavi pulling a 2-0 lead already. waiting on our players getting ready now for the next match. Match 3 of Artmy Slavi versus Baptized Makashima, and in a surprised twist, they are in Ring of Valor. And Ultimate, this is one of my favorite arenas, funnily enough. And the gates have now opened with Slavi Artmy versus Baptized Makashima. And funnily enough, guys, our server, out of all of the Cataclysm servers, is the only server that has Ring of Valor in a valid map pool, and the only one that has the pillars working correctly. Can you believe that? It took me and the other QA guys probably about 3.5 weeks to get this arena working. Baptized is going he's getting pretty decked on right now, with my Artmy getting out a nice mind control, pushing out, keeping Baptized in an area where he cannot be hit. The inner focus has now been popped as well, and the mind control off onto Makashima was interrupted by Baptized. Baptized is pushing in. There goes an intimidating shout onto Artmy and onto Slavi, but Slavi was able to get out of it there. I believe he trained on that one. While he gets back mad and random because players complained that they didn't like it. I want it put back in the map pool. I love this map. Spent so long trying to fix it, just for players to say they don't want it. It was a bit sad. Baptized is now pushing out into Artmy to try and get some extra damage, and the Galore stun has been pushed up as well. For some reason I can't seem to see Baptized's target. There we go, he's on Slavi right now. You shouldn't be able to get stuck in the grates. We fixed that a long time ago. Baptized is now stuck inside of a clone right now. He's charged over to Artmy. Artmy is now trying to run away. He's pushing in for a fear on Makashima. It looks like a bit of a mistimed penance. It could be the tiredness is just setting for this one here. Baptized is now in a full mind control, and Slavi is running forward to see what he can do. Cooldowns have now been popped. He still doesn't have the Berserk though. The Berserk is still on cooldown for another minute or two. But right now it's just pushing in. Baptized is taking quite a lot of damage from Slavi's bleeds, And Makishima just is not able to mitigate any of the damage. There goes another clone for the low health. For a low health save there. Another throwdown, and throwdown was missed at this point from Artmy. He's leaped onto Artmy right now, trying to see if he can put in some more pressure. Artmy is running over to Makishima. He was going straight for another fear. At this point, Baptized just needs to keep Artmy away from his healer, because if they connect, they're going to get another fear off, and it's going to be very tough ride. Looks like he is just going to be able to push through to it. He's now hitting on to Artmy, just trying to get, or sorry, onto Slavy, to try and mitigate some of the pressure going off here. And right now, it is that was a beautiful cyclone done again by Slavy. Slavy is absolutely incredible at this. It looks like he's changed over his weapon again. Not sure what weapons he keeps swapping over to, unless it might be a visual bug. We'll need to have a check of that later. Baptized is now taking quite a bit of damage here. The pillar should go up. It does. Baptized does come down from it though. He should have stayed up there and would have been able to keep himself alive for a little bit longer. Artemy's now putting him into another mind control, but it doesn't matter anymore. Slavy still pushing out for some big damage. There goes the clone as well. Makishima is running away. Manages to get feared by Artmy, and Baptized is now pushing on to try and get some damage onto Artmy at this stage, but it looks like it's going to be the death knell again. The bell is ringing for the death of Baptized, and there goes another cyclone as well. And I can imagine this is probably getting very irritating for Baptized here, just to be constantly in cyclones left, right and centre. Slavy is just running around trying his best to deal, or Slavy's the one that's actually got most of the momentums at this stage here. The gag order stun has now been used. Artmy is in a bit of trouble here with his mana pool, but in terms of tempo, it looks like Slavy has got Baptized beat at this stage here. The defensive stance has been popped, but there's no more cooldowns left from Baptized. It could be the case that this is going to be the end of it. Weapon swapping is allowed. We have allowed it, or else classes like warriors wouldn't be able to function properly. There's no reason why a druid shouldn't be able to either. Bladestorm is now being popped now by Artmy, or sorry, by Baptized. He's trying to chase around Artmy, see if he can get him around the corner. Beautifully timed cyclone yet again by Slavy. He's going in for another one immediately off of the charge as well. Really well done by these guys. They're doing their best on it. They are now pushing. He's now pushing in for some big damage. Baptized is taking quite a bit of damage here with all those bleeds up, but Makishima is doing a great job just able to deal with all of the pressure. And right now, Artmy is the one that's being attacked at the point. He's dropping pretty low. He manages to get a good here off onto sorry, no, Baptized is the one that got the intimidating out off from this one, but Baptized is dropping really low again. Artmy is pushing in, trying to get another fear off, but Makishima is utilizing those instant casts he was able to get just to top up Baptized at this point here. Mind controls, and he's using his Holy Novas to try and put out a little bit of damage and a little bit of healing as well. Pain suppression now used on Artmy. It's the first time we've actually seen a big cooldown popped away from Artmy. There goes the fear onto Makishima, which was trinketed. There goes the stun as well, and the cyclone was used. Baptized having to use his rallying cry and his enraged regeneration again. At this point, he's pushing in on Artmy to try and get some more damage. The cyclone is going to stop from Makishima from being able to recover from that beautifully timed hand of protection to try and alleviate some of the damage from Slavy. And Slavy is just pushing in, trying to see if he can get the damage done. The Tiger's Fury has been popped as well. Ravage is going up, pushing to do some more damage onto Baptized, but Baptized is staying pretty high on health. Artmy is managing to get a full drink here, up to nearly full mana. I think that's about, what, 80% of his mana now? If that Barkskin now popped onto Slavy, and this might have been a little bit of a mistake. There's Survival Instinct's been popped. And it looks like Artmy nearly let his teammate die. This could have been a very terrible position for them to be in, but they are pulling it back. They are doing what they can. This is the match point, remember guys. Artmy is now in a position where he can get a little bit of mana back. Any bit of mana is useful here. He's up to half mana now. With Baptized now pushing in. Makishima is up at the top of the pillar right now, able to get a bit of distance. It wasn't enough, he wasn't able to get out of line of sight for that one, but Slavi just pushing in as hard as possible. The Blade Storm has now been popped. The Throwdown was also used as well by Baptized. And Slavi is just pushing more bleeds out, all of that pressure against Makishima. But Makishima, surprisingly, is doing really well for his resources. I don't know if he managed to get a full drink. I wasn't exactly watching at that point. But I believe he was able to get some. Either that he used... No, his Divine Plea is still available. But there goes some big damage again. Defensive stance has been popped. Dual wall is back up again. And at this stage, it's all about who makes the first mistake. Is it going to be the Paladin? Or is it going to be the Druid? I'm very sorry guys, I had a... You ever get a little bit of your lip when you're but you got dry lip and you bite it and then you pull it off and it's like really annoying? And I got a bit of that. Artmy's pushing in for some big damage here, or Artmy's taking some big damage here. He has dropped pretty low. This could be the turning point that Baptized and Makishima really need to stay in this competition. Slavi has pushed over to Makishima again to root him in place. There is another Cyclone, which is now, I believe, there was no trinket from that, it was just a really low duration one. Artmy is dropping pretty low. He is low on mana. There is not a lot more I think it's available. He doesn't have his Shadow Fiend up. He just needs to ride this out. This is either the case of Slavi either kills Baptized or Baptized kills Artmy. It is one of the two at this point here. Both the Druid and the Warrior are now just wailing on each other. The Paladin is over at the pillar, chilling it out. There's another... And there's the trinket as well from the Cyclone. Artmy dropping really low again. And I'm not too sure. I can't see the exact cooldowns, but I believe there is no... that we do not have a Innervate ready. So this is now going to be the case of this could be the death of Artmy, and we might be going into another couple of rounds here. But at this stage, Artmy is just far too low on mana. He is taking a little bit of time to drink. He might be able to get something. He didn't get a lot. He got maybe 2,000 mana worth, which in the grand scheme of things is tiny compared to what you really need to perform. Slavi dropping pretty low again. Baptized dropping low. At this point, it is anyone's game. Slavi could use this opportunity to get some heals out here, but it's probably better for him to stay on the offensive. Baptized dropping pretty low as well. The 28% he is to go into defensive stance again. He's back into battle, and this is the point where it might be game over. Artmy's trying to do his aggressive plays, but he doesn't have the mana to pull through. If he can just survive for a few more seconds, he will be able to get that Shadow Fiend back up and pull out for some really clutch plays. Slavi is dropping Baptized down. The Bark Skin has been used by Slavi, and there goes a Cyclone as well. The Shadow Fiend should now be coming up by Artmy, and there's the Shadow Fiend there, giving him some vital mana that he needs to survive. The trinket has been used now, and the Hand of Protection has also been used. But does Artmy want to go for the Master Spell? He doesn't do it, so he's just gonna let him now. Baptized has popped out some big cooldowns here. There is no way that he's still lasting this long. Slavi is dropping pretty low again. But at this point, it's just a case of they need to push through as hard as possible. Artmy is at very critical mana levels. There goes the Innervate again, and that should give Artmy some mana to recover with. But other than that, This is mostly looking like Baptized and Makashima may be able to pull this one out of the hat here. There is only one way that they will lose this, and that is for Slavi to make a serious mistake. Or Baptized, better yet. Sorry, not Slavi. Makashima to make a serious mistake here. But Artmy is dropping way low on his mana. He only has 1,000 left. There goes a nice big chunk of mana as well from the break of the shield. And he's going in with the fear, which was instantly trinketed by Makashima. These guys are now deep in dampening, and there's no way that Artmy is going to be able to sustain this level. Slavi dropping really low again. There's the frenzied regeneration up on Slavi to try and keep his health rolling, but at this stage it is very much, these guys are so low in terms of mana. They've also used the Hem of Hope to try and get a little bit more bang for the buck, but it is just the case now. Artmy really needs to get this drink. He shadow melts, drinks, he is trying. Artmy, Makashima does play it really well, chases after and pulls him into combat again to keep the mana regeneration at its lowest. Baptized dropping really low again. And at this stage, that was a really good stampeding roar. He's going over, he gets the fear off on Makashima. This could be the case. It needs to convert. It needs to convert, and Slavi and Artmy do it. Well done. I would love to be louder, but fortunately my folks are sleeping. And that is it. We have our winners. With Artmy and Slavi going 3-0. What an incredible matchup. This was insane. And I have absolutely no words for it. With that being said, let us show the brackets across. We have our grand champions, Artmy and Slavi, winning first place and taking the hoodies, the faction-based hoodies home. They will be sent out at the end of the month, guys. Well done. Congratulations. You guys deserved it. You guys played amazingly. Slavi, where's extra out? Okay. Baptized and Makashima taking second place, winning the loot bags, and Zony and MK Pone. We don't really have any third place prizes, but we'll hook you up with some Ember coins for your efforts. But other than that, guys, we'll be calling it a night from here. Take care, everyone. We hope you had a great one, and we will see you guys next week. It will not be streamed, but we will have another event, which will be the, if I could stretch a little bit, it'll be the jump event made by Hiki. Keep an eye out for the sign-up sheet, and then we will be coming back for PvP with the 3 versus 3 qualifiers and eliminations. Take care, everyone. I hope you had a good one. I hope you enjoyed. We will see you guys next week. Take care.